to know Richard rather well, and he was always a very active with our board. I know that Richard started his career in education with the I think it was Novato School, and then he went on to Zavala, where he became principal. He was a bus driver and a teacher at Novatus, and then became the principal at Zavala later on. I was over 16 years there, I believe. But
1 minute.
the one thing I have forgotten is that Richard started his dedication to service in the Army, and then when he was completed that obligation, he went into the Marine Corps, in which he always very with our
Keep going, sir.
with our board.
That's just the replay
I know
that we're
that
getting.
Richard started his career in education with the. I can't understand what you're saying.
I mean, if you hold a second, we're going to hold your time. We need to clear this up.
And then he
Can
went
somebody
on
from
to,
technology find out what might be going on, the feedback, please?
He was a bus driver, teacher.
Mr. Moffett, if you just please hold,
Nevada
take us a few
and,
seconds.
With Zavala later on. Yeah, I was over 16 years there, I believe. But
1 minute.
the one thing I have forgotten is that Richard started his dedication to service.
Mr. Moffett, just hold for a
in the Army.
second. Just hold for a second.
When he
We have a technical
completed that
issue.
obligation, in which he was very education with the. I can't understand what you're saying. If you hold a second, we're going to.
The audio went off online, and I guess it came out
I
here.
think he didn't vote for you.
They're saying offline, just.
And we have no one scheduled for offline tonight.
Okay, Mr. Moffett, I think you can come back to the microphone,
He believes me now.
and we'll give you another minute.
Try again, okay. Well, Richard was finished his military service, and then it started the Korean War. He volunteered for the Marine Corps and was wounded in combat in Korea, and spent a year in the hospital after he got out, left Korea. At which point he started his career in education, and was at Nevada's, where he was a bus driver, school teacher. Then he went on to Zavala, where he was the principal over about a 16-year period. At that point, he got into the administration, was assistant superintendent of schools while I was on the board in that 9-year term. After that, he remained in the administration, and at some point later in time, he became the superintendent of schools at PSJA, and when McAllen needed a superintendent, he came back to McAllen and became the superintendent again. When he retired, he ran for the school board and was elected 2 terms to the school board.
Sir, if you can
Richard's career has been all of service to education. I think he deserves his name to be memorialized in the boardroom, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Moffett.
trustee.
The next speaker is Mr. Jose Arturo Perez. His topic will be supporting the efforts to name the MISD school board room after Dr. Ricardo Chapa. Mr. Perez,
Thank you. Good afternoon.
good afternoon.
I am here to express my support in favor of the naming of the McAllen Independent School District School Board for Ricardo Romeo Chapa. I commend the school board members for taking this item into consideration. Dr. Ricardo Chapa is one of our own, having served the McAllen Independent School District for over 30 years in different capacities. As has been mentioned, 30 years serving in different capacities: school classroom teacher, school bus driver, school principal, assistant superintendent, superintendent, and school board member. He has served his church, country, community, and schools with distinction and longevity. His service and history is one that our children would be richer for coming to learn and emulate in their personal lives. As a great example of a distinguished citizen, he's serving his fellow men. Just to name a few items, he in the church area.
1 minute.
He is a member of Our Lady of Sorrows Catholic Church, serving as a member of Sarah Club, which is an organization that promotes and supports religious vocations. The Crucio movement, also an organization that enhances spiritual growth. Country, he served his country in the Marines, in the Army, and has been mentioned, Purple Heart. He's also been very, very instrumental in his establishing and building of the McAllen War Memorial, found on 3129 Colonel Palmer Boulevard. And he also participated as a Boy Scout troop leader. In his community, he has been Comfort House board member, Kiwanis Club member, helping handicapped students, raising funds for the handicapped children.
10 seconds.
Alhambra Club, helping to give college students scholarships, and City of McAllen Census Committee, Senior Citizens Committee, and AARP member. Thank you so much for your time, and congratulations for considering this item.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. Our third speaker is Ms. Irma Menchaca, and the topic is unity, not division. Ms. Menchaca.
Greetings,
Greetings.
school board president, board members, and everybody hearing my voice. My name is Irma Menchaca, and I am a proud Mac High grad. We have tolerated misinformation and disinformation, and let's just drop the political correctness and call it lies. Let's call it what it is. We've tolerated lies, but no more. Like the story of putting a frog in a pot of cool water and then you turn the fire on, slowly the water gets warm, warmer, warmest, hot, but the frog stays in the pot, dying a slow death. Well, disinformation, misinformation, and lies, we're also dying a slow death now. But it's time to jump out of the pot. We have a foundation to jump to. It's called our Constitution. It's like having a real $20 bill and then letting the counterfeit start coming in, flooding the market, increasing to the point of saturation and confusion. What's real? What's not real?
1 minute.
Do we throw out the real $20 bill with the counterfeit? No. We learn to tell the difference. But how? Well, listen to this quote I found. Ha-ha. Truth sourced from heaven's counsel secures an anointing for a turnaround. We need a turnaround. It's time for a turnaround. We are overdue for a turnaround. Instead of being divided, let's stop and drop. Drop what? Drop the animosity toward each other. Remember, united we stand and divided we fall. We want victory. We want victory for our schools. We want our schools safe. We want our children safe. We want our staff safe. We want our nation safe. We can have heaven's answer, the anointing from God. Here's the quote again. Truth sourced from heaven's counsel secures the anointing for a turnaround. Let's unite and agree for a turnaround with and from heaven's counsel. Let's solve our problems. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
Ms.
you.
Menchaca. Thank you, Ms. Menchaca. We'll go to speaker number 4, which is Mr. Al Beltran. Mr. Beltran's topic is consideration for recognition of Dr. Ricardo Chapa, former McAllen ISD administrator. Mr. Beltran.
Good evening, members of the board of the McAllen Independent School District, Superintendent Gonzalez, staff, and citizens of the city of McAllen. My name is Al Beltran, and my wife, Maria Elena, a retired 37-year member of this school district, is joining me today. I'm here to speak about Ricardo Chapa, a previous educational leader of this unique school district. Ricardo Chapa exemplifies a unique American leader who shed his blood for us Americans during the Korean War. He returned back to the States after being awarded a Purple Heart and learned how to live and manage his wounds to this date. He came home to McAllen and pursued his education up to and including a doctorate degree in education. He committed himself to not only educate us and our community's children, but to also improve our educational systems. He served our school district for many years, but also worked for several school districts in our neighboring communities such as Mission, PSJA, and others.
1 minute.
My wife and I had the privilege of working with him in numerous community service events, as well as in church events. That's when we learned about his strong Catholic faith, his love for his siblings, his family, and most of all, for the families in the various RGV communities and their children. To know a man like Ricardo Chapa, who exemplified confidence, determination, and strong leadership qualities, is an experience we'll never forget. Numerous business leaders and acquaintances who came to know Ricardo Chapa speak highly of him. We believe our school board leaders need to consider naming a school or a building with the name of Dr. Ricardo Chapa in his honor. Future community members will learn from his values, determination, leadership, and the love for education Dr. Chapa exemplifies. His life history
10
will build
seconds.
better students, better leaders, and better American families. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Beltran. Our fifth speaker is Mrs. Maria Maldonado. The topic is COVID-19 safety and contingency plans. Ms. Maldonado.
Ms. Maldonado did call me and she said she wasn't going to be showing up, sir.
She was not going to be showing up? Okay. Thank you. If she happens to show up during a later time, we'll put her at the very end. Thank you. We'll go to our sixth speaker, Mr. Arthur Flores. Topic is public policy regarding masks in schools and district property. Mr. Flores. If you would, our secretary should be doing that for you. I don't know where she is.
Juan's got it.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, ladies. My name is Arturo Flores. I'm a retired teacher. I taught in McAllen, Edinburgh, and PSJA. I want to talk about trying to convince people in this room that masks do not work. I have made the rounds from Mission to FAR to McAllen, and I have bought several boxes of, I bought 2 boxes of masks, another one I found in my home, and I have seen up to half a dozen boxes of masks. And what I found on the boxes is that somewhere on the bottom or the back of the boxes, it says that they do not work. Most of the time they say they will not prevent illness, disease, injury, or death. They also include infection. So there's 5 things that most of them say in different forms. This includes the N95 masks. N95 masks are a little more expensive, and there's no way the parents are going to be buying boxes of N95s. They don't come in boxes of 50, they come in very small amounts.
1 minute.
There's a photograph that I passed around. It shows a picture of somebody blowing smoke through a mask. I don't think you will allow me to smoke in this room, but I did bring a mask. And I wanted to demonstrate that the picture shows, and there's a video, not the long one. This right? The picture shows smoke coming through the mask and around the sides of the mask. Okay? There's a video that shows several different types of masks doing the same thing, cloth masks and et cetera. I wanted to also mention that
10 seconds.
using masks on children causes physical, emotional, and psychological harm. On the CPS page, it says that they are not allowed to cover their face.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Thank you, Mr. Floats, for your presentation. Yes, sir. Speaker number 7 tonight is Mrs. Laura Gutierrez, I'm sorry, and it's regarding our children is the topic.
Good evening, board members.
Good
I've been here before, yet only one of you reached out to me. You were elected by the people, for the people. You were elected to advocate for our children. Well, you have failed miserably. I have children that I'm trying to keep alive through this genocidal scam that you all are accomplices to. Each of you, including the superintendent with his all-powerful and authoritative means, have done a terrible job. You do realize that this virus has never been isolated, right? This entire pandemic is built on the number of cases, and the number of cases is a result of a faulty PCR test, which has up to 97% false positives. A positive test means absolutely nothing. The number of deaths in the US for 2020 was no more nor different than any other prior year. The flu just mysteriously disappeared, and every death under the sun was called a COVID death.
1 minute.
The purpose for COVID was simply to get the misinformed public not only to accept but to scare them into wearing a face diaper and beg for this experimental gene therapy being called a vaccine. They are named as such so that Big Pharma can avoid accountability. These shots are not FDA approved. They only have emergency use authorization because we are in this big, scary pandemic, right? What a joke. The PCR test is farce, thus the whole house of cards collapses. There is no emergency. You need to end this immediately. Our children have suffered enough. Oh, but then you wouldn't get your fraudulent federal dollars, right? It's all about the money, and it has always been about the money. According to VAERS, we have over 12,000 reported deaths in the US alone from these shots, and all of these related deaths should have been completely unnecessary.
10
Treatments
seconds.
that clearly work, like HCQ, ivermectin, have been purposely suppressed, and the inept hospital protocols have been killing innocent people. Have you forgotten history? Have you forgotten Nazi Germany? Have you forgotten Nuremberg trials? Are you okay with giving up our freedoms? Well, I am not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Gu- Thank you, Mrs. Gutierrez. Our 8th speaker tonight is Mr. Tori Guerra, and this is regarding Mrs. Tori Guerra, excuse me. It's regarding ESSER funds and Quinta agreement. Mrs. Tori Guerra.
Hi, my name is Tori Guerra, and I'm a parent of 2 MISD children, both who attend McAllen Gonzalez Elementary. I'm here today because I have some concerns on the ESSER funds that are being allocated. The federal government has given us a great opportunity with this generous amount of funds to better educate our children. According to Dr. Gonzalez's message in the master plan, MISD will be equipped to support students who have been severely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and are likely to have suffered even more because of the longstanding inequities in our community that have been exacerbated by the pandemic. After reading the article in the paper, I'm very concerned with the possible commitment of $4 million to Quinta Mazatlan. I'm having difficulty understanding the partnership between the school, our kids, and the park. According to the executive director quoted in the paper, the investment will buy MISD discounted booking and ability to book first visits, which have said could result in the district students occupying the
1
majority
minute.
of the available time slots. How is this discounted price addressing the inequities for MISD children? My son, fellow, is autistic. From the district standpoint, he's in special ed, but actually he has an IEP that documents services and supports that are provided for him under IDEA. His needs aren't special, but they are greater. All students are general ed students. All students benefit from universally designed instruction and inclusive teaching strategies. And all students, even us as adults, need supports. It's time to shift our thinking that special education is a catch-all and it needs to be specific. We need to dismantle our inequity and build something new. The $4 million could be used for him,
10 seconds.
for all of our students, instead of us as parents having to get advocates and fight for what is right. So let's stop pointing out these disparities and start putting our energy into creating equitable opportunities for all of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Guerra. Our ninth speaker is Mr. Steve Elanius. His topic will be Quinta Mazatlan. Mr. Elanius.
Mr. Board Chairman, Board of Trustee members, I'm Steve Elanius, President and CEO of the McAllen Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here today to urge you to support the Quinta Mazatlan project. I think it represents really what is best about McAllen, and that's the ability to collaborate and to work together. It is part of our community's success. It's part of our community's DNA. And what's before you is a seminal event to have an investment in this community that can have a long-term impact beyond the next generation. Back in 1997, the Chamber of Commerce commissioned a $30,000 feasibility study to look at the potential of Quinta Mazatlan and what it could mean to this community. You have now seen that fruition as that project has grown and in the scope has become a $37 million project that is going to lead educational experiences for not only our students here, but across the region. It's a great example of being successful. It's a great example of collaboration. So I would encourage you to support it. But in addition, there comes every now and then a seminal moment for a community to make a strategic investment. And the Quinta Mazatlan project is one of those projects that comes along once in 20 years. So I would encourage you to consider supporting it and recognizing the impact it brings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elanius. Our 10th speaker this evening is Dr. Nedra Knurk, and the topic is McAllen Heritage Center Museum in History and Culture, of History and Culture. Dr. Knurk.
Good evening, MISD trustees, Superintendent Gonzalez, and staff. I am Dr. Nedra Knurk, and I represent the McAllen Heritage Center Museum of McAllen History, of which I am a founder and a board member. The Heritage Center is located in downtown McAllen in the old historic post office. We opened to the public in 2008 and have operated on a limited budget year-round, thanks to our museum director, Elva Cerda. The Heritage Center Museum offers group tours, field trips, local history presentations, and we host many local organizations. Additional gallery space, presentation area, and staff workspace is now required to better present the history of our community. Therefore, we are in a pre-design phase of our new museum annex. As an independent nonprofit, we are seeking grants from the City of McAllen, county, federal, and state agencies to fund the expansion of the project will cost up to $1 million. Equipment and staffing are additional. The annex will increase educational services for students of McAllen's history. We hereby request that MISD consider allocating up to $500,000 for our project through the federal elementary relief funds. Naming rights for the annex and exclusive space to preserve MISD history will be considered. We applaud your consideration of the unprecedented source of funding for independent organizations in the name of expanding education in our area, and we fully believe McAllen Heritage Center Annex to be a worthy recipient for your consideration and subsequent approval of our request. So we look forward to meeting with you in the very near future to discuss our project. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak here today, and we appreciate all you do for the education in McAllen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kerner. Our 11th speaker is Mrs. Val Lamantilla, and this topic will be support of Quinta Mazatlan. Mrs. Lamantilla.
I don't see her in the audience.
Yes.
Oh, she's online.
Can't barely hear you.
Ms. Lamantilla, you're about to come on. You'll have 2 minutes, and Mr. Forino will kind of give you a clue where you are on your time in case we're getting close to the end. But whenever you're ready to speak, we're ready here.
Great, thank you. And again, my name is Val Lamantia, and I apologize for not being there in person, but I'm in a conference in another state. So I want to thank you for giving me this time. I'm a mother of 5 children, all who went through the public school system in McAllen. I also have been a community, been in the community, involved in the community, as well as I've been a business owner for over 40 years. And I am speaking for Quinta Mazatlan, and I have been working and seeing this project, and I can tell you firsthand that the synergy that will happen between UTRGV and the school district will be invaluable. MISD will have the students will have hands-on experience with scientists in a campus setting. What sets this project apart for MISD is that they will be at the forefront before any other district and will have STEM experience for their students in an outdoor classroom setting. This is a one of a lifetime that will set, I believe, MISD students apart, and that will give them a structure to see not only outside what happens, but also seeing scientists that look exactly like them doing experiments throughout the year. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lamantia. Our next speaker is Mr. Rudy Contreras. Ruby, I'm sorry. Mrs. Ruby Contreras, this is regarding mask mandates. Ms. Contreras. Good evening.
Hello. Okay. Well, good afternoon. I have a kid in this district in 4th grade, so I'm just like a concerned parent. I am speaking against the mask mandates because it is harmful to our children and does nothing to prevent COVID. At this time, at some point, this has to stop. You know, our children are the joy of this world, and you need to stop bullying them with this nonsense, hiding their smiles and suppressing the joy in the children. Instead of teaching them to be brave and courageous, you're instilling fear, telling them to stay away from one another, and brainwashing them into thinking these useless masks work. Let the parents teach the children what is best for them regarding this virus that has a survival rate of 99.9%. Masks have caused more harm than anything. And the schools should be putting more effort into teaching our children how to be productive members of society, because this virus has wasted much time, energy, and money, and it is not deadly. I know because I drive by the funeral on Taylor every day, and I see 1 to 2 funerals at the most, if any. Where are the dead bodies? I don't know, the numbers are so high and fake on TV. We'll stop living in fear. Just spray Lysol down in the classroom. This kills the virus. Problem solved. So I went to the pharmacist the other day for a COVID preventative medicine, and the pharmacist did recommend a medicine so safe that they give it to the children to kill the lice in their heads. Ivermectin. Look it up. Why not talk about that? It also kills COVID. People have said if I don't like it, I should homeschool or put my child in a private school. Well, unfortunately, I have to work full time. So I don't have the luxury to teach my child daily, nor can I afford a private school, while at the same time paying taxes, which contributes to the funding here at the public schools. My daughter has been attending here since she was in pre-K, and we won't let you go and make up your own rules or push us away out of this district. Let our children be safe. Teach them to embrace their individualism and give them the choice to be free. Stop enforcing your communistic, controlling ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Contreras. Our next speaker is Mr. John Gerling. This is regarding MISD and Quinta cooperative efforts. Dr. Gerling. On call, okay. Thank you. How are you?
Good. Getting better. Slowly but surely.
So yes,
Yes, sir.
each day is a blessing. Each day he's able to wake up and spend time with his family. Good enough for him? How are you? Doing okay?
We're hanging in. I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy, but yeah, we're hanging in. You catching fish? They're big.
He's on? All right. Dr. Gerling.
Yes.
This is Sam Saldivar. You'll have 2 minutes to speak, and Tony will kind of monitor when we get close to the end. And we're here to hear about Quinta Mazatlan and the McAllen ISD's cooperation. So if you would, when you're ready to speak, the time will start. Dr. Gerling?
Hello, sir. Can you hear us? Hello? Mr. Gerling, can you hear us?
Wow.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, can you hear us?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, great.
All right, Dr. Gerling, you have 2 minutes. This is your public comment topic is MISD and Quinta cooperative efforts. So whenever you start, the timing will start, and Trustee Forino will let you know how much time you have left. So you have 2 minutes starting when you start speaking.
Were you able to hear that?
Yes, I was.
Okay, great. Whenever you start speaking, your 2 minutes will start.
But that doesn't sound like Dr. Gerling. Let's make sure that that's Dr. Gerling.
Right now?
Yes, who am I speaking with?
That sounds like Sylvia Tanguma.
Sylvia Tanguma.
She's number 15.
Doctor, your microphone.
Ms. Tanguma, if you would please hold, we're trying to get another
Yes, can you please
speaker
hold?
on.
We're trying to get the one before you.
Yes.
Dr. Gerling, your microphone is muted.
Love modern
Dr.
technology.
Gerling, it looks like your microphone is muted, sir. Can you unmute yourself, and your public comments will start as soon as you start speaking.
Dr. Gerling, if you can't unmute yourself, you may want to try hanging up and then just call back.
Yeah.
Except she's not the next speaker. I'm required to do them in order.
We can come back to him.
He's calling back? Okay. Please bear with us. In the fairness, we got to take them in the order that they signed up. So. The speaker after that is County Judge Richard Cortez. Is he going to be calling in?
Okay, can you all hear now?
Yes, sir. You have 2 minutes, Dr. Gerling. So
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, can you hear us?
Okay, I'll finish before 2 minutes. And greetings from Santa Fe. That's where I am right now, and thank you very much for your attention. The Quinta expansion offers the Valley, and in particular McAllen, an unprecedented educational opportunity. It's our express goal to have the best center for urban ecology in the nation. We have a partnership with UTRGV in the city presently, and we hope to extend that opportunity to MISD. Students will at least observe and in many cases interact with scientists and professors that are doing active research in this very important area of environmental preservation. It will provide many students with a college experience while they are students with MISD. What better transition could we wish to encourage students to continue their education beyond high school? It is also our fond hope to not just make a difference in McAllen, in the Valley, but to inspire other centers with this unique model. McAllen
One minute.
can and should be an innovator and leader in urban ecology and development of creative teaching methods. At Kenta, we have been in pursuit of this goal for some 7 years, and the original design effort and working diligently on the capital campaign for the last 2.5 years. We're nearing the finish line. And with your support, we will soon, so to say, take flight. And my apologies for the difficulty getting online, but all this technology sometimes gets in the way. But thank you very much for your attention. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Dr. Growing. Our next speaker is County Judge Richard Cortez, and this is regarding information. So if somebody can set that up for us.
No, you're going.
No, Richard isn't it?
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to thank all of you for your service to our children and our citizens. The Quito Mazatlan Center for Urban Ecology Project is a very, very unique and special project. I was involved with them starting 5 years ago. And when I saw the opportunity of creating something so unique and so special, I really wanted to be supportive from the very beginning. When we first got started, it was a work in progress, which it's been a journey. And as Dr. Gerlin said, we're very close to the finish line. 5 years ago, we contacted the State Senate and the House of Representatives to see if they were interested in assisting us with financing in our project. They loved the project. They said yes. They gave us a $5 million grant through the Texas Parks and Wildlife Department. Later, we presented to the UTRGV. They loved the project also. They committed also a very sizable amount of money. We've contacted many donors, and we received some very nice, very generous contributions from many donors. Why did that happen? Because they all believe in a project that is creating an environment that's going to give our children the greatest opportunity to learn through interactive opportunities. So it's really an investment in the future of our children. In efforts such as this, we need good partners.
30 seconds.
You all have the reputation of being innovative, and you have a reputation of being excellent at what you do. Those are the partners that we want to join the state of Texas, the Department of Parks and Wildlife, UTRGV, and the city of McAllen in creating a very unique learning center.
10 seconds.
You now have the last key. You have the last piece of the puzzle to make it a reality. So I'm totally hopeful that you will support this effort with your investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Cortez. Our next speaker is Mrs. Sylvia Tonguma, and her topic will be mask mandates and staff COVID days. Mrs. Tonguma, are you on the line?
It's so interesting to hear this.
Anyone could check?
That meeting I went, it went on for 45 minutes.
Hello, Ms. Tanguma, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Give me 1 second.
Yes, sir. Ms. Tanguma, you have 2 minutes, and your 2 minutes, as you know, will start when you're ready to speak or when you start speaking. And Trustee Forino will let you know when your time is winding down. So whenever you're ready, we're here, listening.
Perfect, thank you.
Well,
So, good evening, Dr. Gonzalez, Mr. Saldivar, and the rest of the board trustees. My name is Sylvia Tanguma. I'm here on behalf of McAllen ISD and the members I represent. I have several concerns from members that have been contacting us due to lack of some staff not wearing masks on campus and around students. Members that have their kids on campus with them are seeing how some staff are not complying with the mask mandate issued by the County Health Authority and that McAllen ISD has said would be followed. We have to keep in mind that children under 16 have not been able to get vaccinated. And this is a little off, but for some people that call this COVID a fabrication, until someone has been affected by COVID, I think that they will not realize how it impacts people and how it impacts staff and teachers on campus. So we ask that you please consider, having said that, COVID pay for staff, because one member stated that if my child gets COVID because a member chose not to wear their mask, then I have to be out to take care of my child, and then I'm going to get COVID. And so if I use my 10 days taking care of my child that has COVID, then what days am I going to use when I get COVID? You know, and that is a total of 20 days, and we realize this. We're not asking for full COVID, extended pay.
10
but
seconds.
to consider some type of COVID pay for staff. Today, Hidalgo County reported 462 new COVID patients. 26 of them are pediatric patients.
Time.
There's 138 in ICU.
Your time is up, Mrs. Tanguma. Thank you very much for sharing with us your thoughts and concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our 16th speaker this evening is Mr. Jim Darling. And Mr. Darling will be speaking about Quinta Mazatlan project. Mr. Darling. Good to see you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. It's my first time in a suit in 2 months, so you have to excuse me. But, since I left the city, I powered my way down from 28 boards to 10. I added 2. One was the bridge board, and one was Quinta Mazatlan. I did one for economic development. The second one I did for the kids. I think it's so important. I've had 43 years of experience of dealing with school, board, city things, from press boxes to parks. And I think Quinta Mazatlan is one of the best opportunities had for our kids to provide for things that they would never have before. I think one thing I think is, why would I pay $5 million and I just get to go in front of the line? I don't think you're a participant. I think you're a partner. If I were you, I'd have Steve Crane write the contract for that, where you're participating in the programs that are going to be provided, in the physical facilities that are going to be provided in there, and have a mark that MISD is really there. I've talked to Guy Bailey, he's in Chicago right now. He's in agreement with me. I think Colleen and everybody else is. So I ask you to go forward with this project, but make sure it's an MISD one. I'm proud of our school district. I'm proud of our kids. I think that if you get out there and make sure you have your mark, and you be participants in all levels of what you're going to do, it's a lot of money you're going to spend, it'll be successful for us and for our kids. I think UTRG thinks so. I think the sponsors that have done it, I think the state of Texas think it, and I hope MISD was. And by the way,
1 minute.
You guys do a fantastic job. I'm going to give the minute back to you so you can compliment all you do for our kids. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Darling.
sir.
Thank you, Mary Darling. So at 5:52 p.m., this concludes the public comment, which is item number 4 on the agenda. Now proceed to item number 5, which is the recess to closed session by the Board of Trustees may go into closed session pursuant to section 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074 of the Texas Government Code to discuss the following. 5A, human resource recommendations for school year 2021-2022. 5B, human resource employee resignations for school year 2020-2021. 5C, human resource employee resignations for school year 2021 and 2022. 5D, potential pending and or potential litigation. And 5E, possible real estate acquisition. So at 5:52 p.m., we are now in closed session. Thank you. We'll return shortly. Convening the 5 o'clock meeting of the Board of Trustees. Today is the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees on Monday, August the 30th, 2021, and it started at 5 p.m. We are at Our Texas Staff Development Building at Chief Early College High School, 1601 North 27th Street here in McAllen. At 5:52, we went into closed session on item 5 to discuss those items in closed session. There was no vote or action taken while in closed session. We are reconvening now at 6:24 p.m. and will now proceed to item 7, which is actions and items in closed session. We'll note 7A, Human Resource recommendations for school year 21-22. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Human Resources is submitting a list of recommendations under separate cover for discussion during closed session, and we are requesting action on this item.
Move to approve.
Moved by Trustee Fonilla, seconded by Trustee Vela. Any discussion? Hearing none, proceed to a vote. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 6-0. Motion carries. We'll now proceed to 7B, Human Resource Employee Resignations for School Year 2020-2021. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir. Human Resources is submitting a list of resignations for the 2020-2021 school year under separate cover for discussion during closed session. This item is for information purposes only.
Thank you. Now proceed to 7C, Human Resource Employee Resignations for School Year 2021-2022. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Human Resources is submitting a list of resignations for the 2021-2022 school year under separate cover for discussion during closed session, and this item is for information purposes only.
Thank you. 7D, pending and/or potential litigation. Mr. Crane.
No report.
Thank you, sir. And for 7E, possible real estate acquisition.
No report.
Thank you. We'll now proceed to item 8, Superintendent Report. Staff greeting happy students on first day of school. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir. Last Monday was our first day of school for the school year. We're very excited. Want to thank all the staff, the families, and the students for a great start. We had some crews out capturing all the energy and the excitement on the pictures and the video, and we'd like to share them with you now.
Great job.
And that concludes my report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. We'll now proceed to item 9, 9A, recognition of McAllen Independent School District Purchasing Department by the National Procurement Institute's Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir. McAllen ISD's Purchasing Services has received the Distinct International Award in Procurement. This international award is the result of the hard work by our talented and dedicated staff. We're very, very proud of them. We do want to thank our board, too, for the unwavering support. And Mrs. Cynthia Medrano Richards will now introduce our outstanding team. Ms. Richards.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez and Board of Trustees. McAllen ISD is one of fewer than 24 school districts in the U.S. and Canada to earn the prestigious 26th Annual Achievement of Excellence in Procurement, also referred to as AEP, for 2021 from the National Procurement Institute, Incorporated. This is the 8th time in 9 years McAllen ISD has achieved this international recognition. The AEP award is earned by public and nonprofit agencies that demonstrate a commitment to procurement excellence. This annual program recognizes procurement organizations that embrace innovation, professionalism, productivity, leadership, and e-procurement. The AEP program encourages the development of excellence as well as continued organizational improvement to earn the award annually. I'm honored to introduce the outstanding purchasing team responsible for this district recognition. They are Ms. Florina Flores, Secretary to the Director of Purchasing Services; Ms. Corina Tijerina, Purchasing Clerk; Ms. Audra List, Purchasing Clerk; Ms. Lisette Esparza, Purchasing Clerk; Mr. Rudy Salinas, Buyer; Ms. Carol Quintanilla, Senior Buyer; Ms. Gracie Garza, Senior Buyer; Ms. Liz Montes, Senior Buyer; Ms. Liz Cabrera, Purchasing Services Coordinator; and the effort is led by Ms. Alejandra Gonzalez, our Director of Purchasing Services. Again, a job well done by the purchasing department, and I'd like to thank our Board of Trustees and Superintendent for your continued support. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a photo op on this one?
Is any of the above mentioned here?
Are any folks here from your
We do
staff?
have our purchasing director.
Yeah.
Ale Gonzalez, come
Please
up.
stand.
Cindy, come up.
Where's the trophy?
It's in the mail.
It's not my kid there.
Sorry.
Be ready there, Bruce. All right, ready in 3, 2. Beautiful. Great job.
There's no proclamations, donations. We'll proceed to 12A1, approval of memorandum of understanding with the City of McAllen regarding the McAllen Independent School District Discovery Center at Quinta Mazatlan. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. This is an MOU between the City of McAllen and our school district regarding the school district's investment in MISD Discovery Center located at Quinta Mazatlan, and administration is recommending action on this item. Ms. Arely Benavides does have a report for us.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. We have had a few presentations regarding Quinta, and we've heard about some of those items today already. We have in front of the board the MOU to sign with the City of McAllen. We also have Exhibit A, which illustrates the portion that would be considered the McAllen ISD Discovery Center. We also have members of the Quinta representing them here today as well to answer any questions that the board may have regarding the MOU.
Ms. Benavides, quick question, Mr. President. Are they allowed to speak for the city in this MOU? So the questions are directly towards them, or is there somebody here from the city that could answer these questions?
I believe they can speak to it, but let me confirm.
Okay, and do I just ask the questions now, or?
Sure.
Can I clarify something, Mr. President? There's
Yes.
no other presentations, right?
It's my understanding there's no other presentations tonight
perfect.
other than what we have before us, and it's really, the item on the agenda is the actual MOU.
Yes, sir. Just wanted to clarify.
Good question. Thank you.
So I have the MOU in front of me with some highlighted portions, so I'll go directly to the parts that I want to ask, followed by some questions for the superintendent. If we look at, I guess, Section A, there's a portion there, there's a sentence that says, in quotes, provided services, will provide services for student, teachers, and families. What services will we be providing to families, and how is that different from our current MOU?
So the gift is for the capital campaign, the construction of the McAllen ISD Discovery Center, and admissions and program fees will help cover the operational fees for the eternity of the project, and MISD will not be responsible for any of the operational fees or any of the insurance moving forward. But we would like to engage the parents and get them excited about this partnership. So we thought about possibly the inaugural year. We can talk about this in collaboration, but possibly the first Sunday of each month or something, the MISD families would get in free.
Okay. So I guess that's where I'm getting at, is we're wanting to sign this MOU, but I would like to have that specific verbiage there so we can tell our taxpayers that we're signing this MOU and this is what we're providing for them. I mean, you told us that's something that I think with the help of our attorney, maybe we can get some dialogue on that, just to make sure that we're on the same page. And we're assuring that our taxpayers that there's something in it for them as well, for the families. I want to direct my next question to B1. It talks about the funds will be used for the construction. Just to clarify this, the construction, the money that's being allocated or asked for, it's just for the new construction of this portion. None of that money will go to renovating or remodeling any of the existing part of La Quinta, of Quinta Mazatlán, am I correct?
That is correct. And MISD will reimburse the city based on expenses. So you will see those expenses related 100% to the Discovery Center.
Okay. I guess for the superintendent or Ms. Benavides, who's going to be overseeing the project as they ask for a draw, be overseeing the project to make sure that these funds are going directly to that amount? And I'm not saying that they're not going to be, just holding ourselves accountable. Who's in charge of that?
Well, in general, the city will submit to us the invoices or the reimbursement requests, and they submit it to our business office. And so in conversations with our assistant superintendent for business operations and our CFO, and we went back and forth with the city on this, they would submit those requests for reimbursements, and then they would not process those reimbursements unless those were received.
Perfect, okay. We move on to section B5. It talks about, it's subject to the rules, regulations, policies, booking policies, pricing. Is any of that going to change? Are the regulations of how we currently book, the current rules, is any of that going to change? Are the prices going to change?
So we don't have the pricing at this point in time. We're looking at opening, in the fall of 2023 or 2024. But what the MOU does address is the 50% discount as part of the partnership.
Right. So what concerns me is if, let's say, do you know what we currently pay now per child?
$7.
Okay. So are we anticipating, just in preliminary talks, is it going to be $8, $10, $35?
No, but we have not set those figures yet.
Okay, so
But it would be 50% of what the other schools would pay for that curriculum-driven programming with staff.
So I guess my question is, when the board met and assuming that these funds would come available, do we have an estimated cost? Is it going to go up maybe $2 more, $1 more? Do we have any idea?
I think, that's something we'll do in collaboration as a team, but we haven't set those fees yet.
So we have no idea what the fees would be?
Correct.
Okay. So when you say 50% discount, that's 50% of what district, charter schools, private schools are paying?
That is 50% of what other schools and youth groups would be paying, correct?
Which includes?
As part of the partnership.
Which includes private schools and charter schools as well?
Correct.
Okay. So if they pay $10, we would pay $5?
Correct.
And are we subject to look at the books to make sure, and I'm not talking about our administration or your administration, but this is a 25-year agreement, so when we're no longer here, hopefully I won't be here 25 years, but if I am, I'll probably be divorced, but if, I'm asking these questions because I want to, think
Sure.
about.
So those fees for the other schools that are not partners would be posted on our website. It would be public information. It would be on our brochures. It would be on our registration forms. Those fees would be obvious to the public.
No different of how they are now, right?
Right.
In doing this project, have you introduced this project to other districts, other charter schools, other groups, showing what's coming, what this new phase that Quinta Mazatlan is doing? Not for monetary reasons, just to see if it sparks interest?
Yes.
It sounds like it's not working. The mic.
Ms. Benavides, it always works.
Yeah. I'd like to invite up our higher education partner to address that question. UTRGV, this is one of the amazing benefits of this partnership, is to have this pipeline to higher education. And Dr. Real is here, yeah.
Thank you. If I may have the question again, please.
Sure. My question is, just like you're exploring with McAllen ISD, have you explored with other school districts about the expansion, whether or not it's going to draw interest for them to come visit it, whether it be surrounding districts, charter schools, youth groups?
We, UTRGV specifically, have not specifically talked to any school district on this. However, in our general communication, this has been pretty broadly discussed topic that's going out. There are news articles have been written on it.
Oh, we know.
Today as well. So everyone knows about that this is happening. And our faculty are extremely, extremely excited about this. As I mentioned last time, I was stunned that we had over 50 professors want to do some real good research and education projects at this place. So that will provide the opportunity for our kids to be with the professors, learn from them, both interactively as well as hear from them, and giving them the opportunity to invite them to come to UTRGV for study. As you know, now we have pipeline directly to the medical school. There are pharmacy school is coming. There are so many other health-related fields that are going to be introduced or already approved that will be starting. So it is a huge opportunity. And as a model for us, UTRGV and the city working together, that's a unique model to address a major issue in sustainable development and urban ecology, broadly defined. So there is something for everyone here. And the teachers from McAllen ISD will work hand in hand with the professors to design this place, specific smaller places within it that are learning activities. So that is another major uniqueness of this project. Having a school district, UTRGV, that's a higher education institution, and city together, that's a national model to us to do research, collaborative work, and building our tomorrow's leaders right from the start.
No doubt. And I guess my question is maybe it wasn't addressed right. My concern is more the business model, and what I wanted to know is, there's no doubt that what's going to be done between UTRGV and McAllen ISD is state of the art, and I'm sure. But what I wanted to know is, how many students do we have to have from surrounding districts to come visit? What is the number that we need to keep the price down, to keep it at a $7 to $9 ratio? I mean, have we done those figures? And if so, are we going to invest so much money to that we price ourselves out, and school districts and youth groups can't afford to participate?
If I may answer that question, obviously it's the question for Quinta Mazatlan
Sure.
and the city government to decide. But we, as a nonprofit organization, our goal, UTRGV's goal, is to keep the fees minimum, because we know what region we serve, what population we serve. Our UTRGV fees are the lowest nationally, so we want to keep exactly the same way. Any resources we can bring to this partnership, we will continuously bring those resources. So we are not there to make money out of this at all in terms of, business. For us, education, working collaboratively, conducting research, that's our goal. And many grants will come, through federal agencies when the professors start working on these projects. So it is already happening and more will happen. So we don't intend to raise prices because of this partnership or anything.
Right. I guess, and I know you're not in it to make the profit. I was just making sure that it breaks even to where we've done the business model to sustain how many people have to visit this in order for it to be able to sustain itself without having to dip into more funds or ask for more funds in the future.
So we are looking to triple the number of students that come to the Center for Urban Ecology. We are looking for ecotourism dollars. We are looking, there's a magnificent palm room for rental, for expos, for weddings. So we are continuing with the business model we presently have for Quinta Mazatlan. We are owned and operated by the City of McAllen. It is somewhat of an educational community center, but very unique and out of the box in terms of the progressive agenda and its partnerships. So that vision will not change, and it's very, very important that we maintain the entrance fees to be as affordable as possible and possibly up it for the weddings. It's always sort of been the means to the end.
Be nice to the weddings because we need to have more kids to come to our schools. Okay. Now I want to direct it to C5, and that's whether or not there's a breach between MISD and the city. And I guess this is more directed towards Mr. Crane. In the event that, there hasn't been one in the past, but like I say, I'm speaking for future boards and future commissioners and future mayors. This MOU just talks about if there's some kind of issues that both parties can go into mediation. But how do we protect our investment? I mean, we invest $4 million. If, say 2 years from now there's a breach, does the city reimburse us if there's a breach between the school district and I'm just hypothetical, right? I don't foresee it happening, but I have to ask the question, how does that work?
Well, first of all, when you get into mediation, both sides sit down and they discuss what their concerns are, and you try to work it out between yourselves as to the solution, how to rectify it. If that didn't work, we really hope it stops there, because then it gets really messy after that.
Okay. Just for purposes of clarification. And then the last question I have in terms of the MOU is a C6, where it talks about, acts of God, weather, terrorism, something were to happen. I know that with the funds being used, we have a 3-year time limit. If for some reason the construction is not completed in 3 years, what happens then? We've invested the money, and now the state or the government, the federal government doesn't approve. If it's not complete in 3 years, who's liable then?
We are using ESSER 2 funds, and what we did is we supplanted. Hello? Yeah.
You have to move to the left.
Yes, apparently. We are using ESSER 2 funds, and what we've done is through the business office, we've supplanted some local funds with those ESSER 2 funds. So essentially, we're using local funds for the project for the exact reason you just mentioned, so that we wouldn't be subject to some of those constraints with regards to timelines. So that was an important move that the business office, business operations team suggested, and it was a good suggestion.
Okay, perfect. These next three questions, I think, are directed toward, and I promise these are it, to the superintendent. I guess the first, Dr. Gonzalez, is
Yes, sir, I'm sorry.
the first question I have for you is, we heard Mrs. Guerra talking about her son Philo Jr., and I talked to you, or I asked you in terms of my son, little Marco, right? And when we got this money, the main purpose of the money was to make sure that our kids didn't fall behind, and that, you know, what had happened with COVID, we needed to make sure that all our kids were able to were able to catch up, if for some reason the distance learning didn't serve their needs. So when I look at this project and I vote for this project, explain to me how this helps people like little Philo and little Marco.
Well, one of the things is we have the best interest of all of our students in mind. So when you look at closing achievement gaps and you look at the utilization of ESSER funds, student learning has been assigned $44.3 million. So if you look at that bucket, we have $44.3 million that are targeted to make sure that summer learning has taken place, or the slide or the COVID slide is filled. We have professional learning, we have student supplemental instructional support, and then on the student needs side, we have $22.1 million. So with regard to students across the spectrum, we have a plan to make sure that we're filling achievement gaps of high-performing students, or students that are performing on the average side, or students that have more needs. So every individual student has a prescription, but we have utilized our ESSER funds to put our district in a position to continue to excel like we always have.
So it's fair to say that we've put the full court press, we have gone out and taken the teachers out of classrooms, put them in different departments, hired more teachers out there, and I think other districts are doing that. It's fair to say that there's not a lot of unemployed teachers out there, am I correct?
Yes, sir, that's a fair statement.
So it's fair to say that what we're able to do with human capital, we're doing.
Yes, sir. And then beyond that, we're blessed to have a solid team that didn't have to react to COVID. Our game plan that we've been running for years in our district looked at students as individuals from a value-added perspective. So we know on every objective that we teach students how they're performing on every state objective, and how they're performing, so that we can make adjustments. And we've done that to instruction before school, during school, after school, on weekends. So whatever specific need a child has in our district, we're going to make sure that we fill that gap. What this Center for Urban Ecology does is it enhances that experience.
What is your vision between this new venture with Quinta Mazatlán and McAllen ISD? Where do you see us? I mean,
Cameron County has SpaceX. We have the Center for Urban Ecology. So where students in Cameron County would benefit from SpaceX due to proximity, we'd have a world-class Center for Urban Ecology focused on sustainability and the future of generations to come, and creating pipelines to the university and creating authentic experiences through Quinta, this world-class center for advancement with regard to UTRGV's vision. I love the vision, Dr. Bailey and his whole team over there. So when we see that much momentum from the city and that much momentum from the university and Texas Parks and Wildlife, I think that it would be to our benefit to join in and add what we bring. And we're a world-class school district, and we believe that we fit in strong here. But this is to benefit generations to come, not just our current children.
And you see something very interesting. You talk about Dr. Beatty. Now we know we have representatives here from UTRGV. But doing this venture, in a perfect world, what would you like for RGV to come to us and say, I mean, after we've done this venture with them, what's next for us? I like to brag about McAllen ISD. I think that we have a world-renowned education here. I think we have our high schools, our IB program, our administration is second to none. Why isn't UTRGV knocking on our door saying we want every single one of your kids coming to UTRGV? Why isn't that happening?
Well, at this point, I think that they are. I know that UTRGV is a viable choice for our children. We have a world-class medical center that people across the world are trying to get into. We have a very strong engineering department, a business school. I mean, every facet, the educational department there at UTRGV is phenomenal, but as the medical school in this particular case continues to expand, as the pharmacy school comes down, as kids have more opportunities, I think that this is just one example of creating a pipeline and one example of a relationship where we can spin off of this with regard to UTRGV and what we're doing and start getting creative, because we want to give our kids in the Rio Grande Valley an opportunity to receive a world-class education without having to go to San Antonio or Austin or anywhere beyond that. And I believe with all my heart that we have a Division I school here that brings it in a world-class way, and this partnership would be the beginning of something that we already have, is just taking the relationship to the next level in conjunction with the City of McAllen and Quinta and the Texas Parks and Wildlife.
Okay, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Suarez. Trustee Alvarado, and then we'll go to Trustee Penny.
Okay. Dr. Gonzalez, I've heard some comments the last few days, so I'm just going to just tell you how, and not necessarily how I view, but just wanted to ask you so I had an opportunity to address. So one concern is that, in which echo what Trustee Suarez said, the ESSER funds are to close gaps. And I know the partnership and all that, but can you drill down to specifics? And it might be your question, Ms. V. What is it going to look like? Because in the last 5 years, we spent 1,500, or I'm sorry, 1,500, not 1,500, 100,000 as far as sending our kids over there. So in 5 years, we spent about 4,000 per year at $7 is what we spent to send over there. What's going to be? And I imagine that was more of a field trip type of feel, right?
Yes.
So what's going to be different? Because I think that's the question I'm getting asked. I'm not too sure how to answer it.
Well, I think that it goes back to the example I gave with Cameron County. At some point, schools in Cameron County would take their kids to Boca Chica Beach on field trips for educational experiences. Then they built SpaceX, right? So it's the same thing here. Is we utilized Quinta in a big way, and we expanded our learning experiences, and we did all that we could. But when you talk about a center for urban ecology, and you talk about UTRGV, and you talk about these professors doing research and opportunities for students to learn from D1 professors and get their hands dirty and hopefully some volunteer hours there. So it's going to look a whole lot different. It's just a totally different complex now.
So there, students from Memorial or in science or whatever science class, they drive over there. Are they going to get it, or are we going to do virtual? What? I mean, that's what I want to know. That's what I can't answer. I mean, I understand what you're saying, research, expose, and all that, but they want to know why are we spending $4 million when that money should be in the classroom. So, are we going to be teaching them in the classroom setting?
Correct. So, from UTRGV's perspective, we are not there just to teach students after they come to UTRGV. We actually go into schools, our professors work with teachers to, enhance the learning experience. We started a program called High Scholars Program, which brings in high school students to work with professors during summer to conduct actual research. And they end up publishing papers in international journals. And many students have done that. What this relationship will cement is some of similar types of opportunities that are more exclusive for this group, because teacher and the professor will be working together to bring those kinds of internship research opportunities for students early while they are still in local schools, instead of waiting for 2-3 years into their university experience when they get their hands dirty. It's going to be that kind of early experience that this opportunity provides.
And that's what I wanted to hear, because when you read in the paper, it talks about a sign and talks about read some of the comments. That's what we're investing with y'all, because there are students here that don't have the opportunity to maybe be exposed to a college or what have you. So if they go there, they're going to be exposed to a professor like yourself, get a taste for college, get to understand what it is at the next one. So if they don't stay here, they at least, or encourage them to go to wherever they want. But if they don't have they want to stay here, for whatever reason, they can, because they know it. So that's what I think we need to focus on, is not the sign, not the what have you, but the true impact on the classroom, because a lot of these kids don't have the opportunity. I took mine on college trips, right? I mean, I took them to visit different, so they knew. But if you talk to classmates, like my son's a freshman, talk to some of them, a lot of them didn't even know to go visit to a school, didn't even know.
Yes.
And so if you're saying that this is gonna be an opportunity for some of our kids here
Correct.
to go, then I don't have a problem with it.
Correct.
But that's what we need to focus on.
Yes.
All the other stuff is, because we're here to educate the kids, close the gap, and I know that's what we do, but if we can focus on that, then I think this is an easier, because everyone's just thinking, oh, well, we're using this fund to put a sign up or, what have you, because it's 150,000 the last 5 years for this field trip. So their sense is it's a field trip, and what you're saying it's not, and that's what you're saying.
Right, absolutely. It's going to be a much higher level experience for students, teachers, as well as for our professors. Because professors also like to work with younger kids, excite them, and they see their profession being rewarded because they see the light kindled, and that is, it will be a difference.
So
of
the $4 million is
nature.
investment for our kids to be exposed to
Correct.
professors at you at a higher level, so they can, hopefully, fan that seed for them to
Correct.
go to higher education, okay?
It will be a difference maker. You have Chicago, Natural Museum of History, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
many schools around that area.
Yes, sir.
That's their major trip of learning. And here, we don't have a similar program yet. And this will be filling that gap so that a student from Chicago and our student would be head-to-head. and
I'm
they
not
could
the
share.
smartest guy, it's just taken me a while to understand that. So now that I understand that, because I've been kind of on the fence on all of this, because funds are tight, and a lot of needs are tight, but I understand that. I guess the only other thing that I have, because you addressed some of my concerns, no need to ask it, the only other question that I have is if we spent $150,000 in 5 years for membership, I think our students shouldn't have to pay. I mean, whatever the case is, let's just wipe that out. I mean, for $4 million, it takes away all the different things. We just, so I would ask y'all to consider that, because if you look like, somebody that opened a records request, and for 5 years, it was 101,005, I can't even. Thank you. I tell you, my ag education is failing me
He
right
wasn't
now.
the smartest in the room.
I know, right? If we can just, because I think that's the other speed bot, we're spending this much money, that's a small sum we pay. It's really, 4,000, or it's 4,000 students per year. It's not a whole lot of money. Take that out, I think that's for $4 million, you're getting a good investment on that. So that's just my thoughts.
Thank you, Trustee Alvarado.
I yield.
Trustee Peña.
I think one of the things that we keep talking about how great this experience is gonna be for our kids, and it is, and it's gonna be unlike any other experience that they could probably ever get for some, The interaction and collaboration and training and professional development opportunities for our teachers coming out of this is something that I wanted to focus on, because teachers are always wanting those extra professional development opportunities, and it always comes at the cost of a budget or time in the day. And by integrating a project like this with the classroom and the learning that's already going to be happening, teachers are going to get better. Teachers are going to collaborate with university instructors, high quality university instructors, and I think that just makes our structure and our foundation for our kids even stronger as a district. And so it's good for the community, because they're going to have an experience that they're not going to have anywhere else, that a lot of our community probably can't afford to go somewhere else to see. And our teachers are going to be better for it. And all of that ties back to how our students will grow and benefit from this. I would like to see, and I'm just throwing this out there because I'm an advocate for a lot of things, and one thing that I'm an advocate for is the sustainability and education that comes with our agricultural programs, which fall right in line with this project. And I would like to see how somehow we can tie these together, bridge them, somehow bring them together, because the agricultural students are always left out of the recognitions and things, and this is a great opportunity to pair them both. So
Absolutely, if I may address the last point there. we've been working together on agricultural programs. UTRGV is not a land grant university, but it has started agricultural programs, undergrad and master's level program, to serve the local need and create local professionals. All these students have already started to get local jobs, on our bridge, with local industry, high-end jobs. And there will be components of that sustainable agriculture as part of this program. And that is already, professors are proposing some projects in that as well, out of the 50 that I mentioned. It will not be left behind.
Yeah.
If you talk about urban ecology, what it is the human need in full, whether it's energy, whether it's food, whether it's the mental brain health in terms of psychology, green space, agriculture, economics, all of that is part of urban ecology. And that is why discipline even doesn't matter. 50 professors from all over the university, different areas, want to engage in this. So it is nobody be left behind.
No, thank you, and I appreciate that. And that's really what I wanted to say, is that this is a large chunk of money, and I had several people reach out to me both for the project and against the project, and valid points all the way around. But I think this is an opportunity unlike any other for our area, and there's so many other opportunities that will stem from it as a result. And all of our kids, not just the McAllen kids, but all of our community will benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pena. Trustee Farina.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Gruhl, thank you for being here tonight. Thanks for joining us again after your last meeting. So to say that this urban ecology project is going to be able to teach and reinforce sustainability to all of our students, starting at the elementary level and working our way up to the high school kids, I think that's very important, because we're at a point where this world, we need sustainability. We need to understand the recycling process and how it works, and how it is that you can take a regular water bottle today, and in a few weeks it's somebody's shirt, somebody's pair of jeans, and I think that's an important factor that people don't look at and need to be taught and explain that to. Dr. Gonzalez made a great point in bringing up SpaceX, but SpaceX gave money to the districts, not the districts giving money to SpaceX. So that's a point that we need to look at. My question is, why would we supplant the local funds? Is this a project that the ESSER funds would not cover? Because I know that we have our limitations as to where we can use these funds. Can we just dedicate 4 million ESSER funds rather than supplanting local projects?
So I don't know if Adele is here, and she can probably speak to the mechanics more than I can, but what I would say, while she makes her way, what I will say is that the project is very much being made possible because of ESSER funds.
Right.
So to be very clear, without ESSER funds, it's unlikely that we would be able to have the funds to do so. Having said that, one of the strategies, and this was widely discussed as part of the compliance conversations, were that especially ESSER 2 and the way it was written, one of the strategies was to supplant. And again, I think Adele can speak more to the mechanics of that than I can.
Yeah, so ESSER 2 is, you're allowed to supplant for what we're trying to do is for payroll, because it's an allowable activity under payroll. So what that does, it takes away the time limit that we have. So it would be an improved, because it's outdoor space, it's outdoor learning environment. So if we were to go through the semantics, yes, it would be part of the ESSER 2 monies. However, the timing becomes an issue. So if we swap it for an allowable expense, including payroll, we supplant, we don't lose monies, and this ESSER 2 monies is allowing us to be able to provide this $4 million to Quinta Mazatlán.
So what is the timeline for the ESSER 2 funds?
That would be in fiscal year 23.
Fiscal year 23.
Correct.
And Colleen, correct me if I'm wrong, but that is when this project is set to be done, and everything should be up and running, correct?
That's correct. We're going into bidding and negotiations in October, and then it's a 2-year construction timeline.
The MOU that you see is actually up to December 2024, just in case, because we've seen a lot of construction delays with the deliveries. We've seen a lot of, what do you call it, backlogged, or what's the word?
Okay.
So it's just to cover ourselves.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Adele.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I still, sir?
I am so sorry.
That's all right. Back in 2011, when this district decided to go with the iPads, that's where the innovation really, I think, started to show. And I congratulate those folks that were ahead of the curve, that jumped on and did that, because as we saw this past school year, the iPads were the means of instruction. So kudos for you on that. At the same time of being innovative, we're very cautious. And we're very, we take a look at these steps very carefully before we invest the people that elected us their funds. At the end of the day, these are their monies, and we just get the opportunity to say, here's what we want to support. I totally understand the education side of what this Urban Ecology Center can do. I understand the economic development side for the city of McAllen and McAllen ISD. To have your name on it and for it to be here in the city of McAllen for the ecotourism that it'll bring forth. A lot of people don't realize that the most frequented ecotourism spot is the Brownsville landfill, in which people go looking for birds. And they have a lot, a great worldwide following of people that travel to the Brownsville landfill to look at birds. So I understand that part. My only concern is the MOU. There's a lot of questions that are unanswered. There's a lot of, well, we hadn't thought that far ahead. We haven't reached that point yet. And until we can get those questions answered, unfortunately, I'm going to have to vote against the MOU tonight. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? McAllen Independent School District is a multicultural community in which students are enthusiastically and actively engaged in the learning process, of which Quinta Mazatlan could be a very part of that. Students demonstrate academic excellence in a safe, nurturing, and challenging environment, enhanced by the technology and the contributions of the total community. And that's what I find very heartwarming, to see a collaboration of governments, a collaboration of the private sector and the public sector, collaboration of business and the district and Quinta Mazatlan and any other project out there. While it may not be directly, it is in a way that you're going to be dealing with vendors in which you're going to have contracts with that are going to be servicing this facility and preparing it for our children. I appreciate the city of McAllen continuing to work with the school district. We have many other projects we're very much interested in as we continue to move forward. I, for one, am very fascinated and interested in the tiny tree opportunities. I would like to see that in this MOU, to make a firm commitment of the district in that regard. I am very pleased that the superintendent has been diligent in finding ways in which funding is going to be used by local funds and not the federal funds. The federal funds are going to be, supplanting or backdoor, so to speak, of, probably not the best word, but backstopping towards the funds that would be freed up in our local funds. Because that was one of the questions I had for him in our conversation is, would we have done this with our own local funds, forgetting about a global pandemic, forgetting about the elementary and secondary emergency relief fund? Would we have done it? And his response is, at some point we would have had to, because we're an urban area and we have continued issues in this area regarding urban development, and more importantly, what this valley was and could continue to be in areas that have been, plowed over for decades, if not centuries, and then they were filled in with schools and buildings and the like. And here we get a chance to get back to the earth. And that, what I have found in conversations with our children of all ages, is a real firm belief in fairness, in equity, and in nature, and in problem solving and collaboration of people. They really do not like confrontation and argument and fault and that sort of thing. And I think all of us have sensed that in our children and in others in our community. This is about a core value of teachers and students and parents, which is the core, instructional core of our district. And that has to be that is our purpose as trustees and what this district is supposed to do. That is our mission. That is our funding streams for that, and everything that those families in our community expect and the business leaders want for us to prepare children to be college, career, and military ready. And so I see that there's a real possibility here. I'm more comfortable now that the superintendent is using local funds for this project. But I am concerned, and that has yet to be resolved, is we going to stay on track and on course to deal with the life cycle of everything we've outlined for the next several years, which includes HVACs. And I know much of it will be taken care of ESSER, and maybe that's the answer there, is that whatever our local funds would have had to do, ESSER is going to take care of our HVAC systems. Then we're good. Is it going to take care of dealing with instructional coaches, and is it going to deal with interventions, especially with children that emotionally have concerns coming back, with social workers or counselors and like? My understanding is we are addressing that.
Yes, sir.
We are, and using ESSER funds to do that. So again, it's freed up some local funds that is, and so I'm looking to the superintendent, and in our conversation over the last several weeks, the assurance that the quality of service and the delivery of service and the acquisition of staff and retention of staff is going to not falter in any way, shape, or form. It will continue as we have and accelerate in many cases.
Yes, sir.
Getting to the MOU, and having worked on contracts for a long time, what I think is important is that, and when you look at number 1 on page B1, it says MISD shall pay up to $4 million to the city towards the cost of the project, etc. Then it goes into B2, MISD may further develop academic collaboration within UTRGV Center for Urban Ecology and terms, etc. It goes on to 3. MISD may promote, foster educational research. It goes on to the next one, number 4. MISD may develop proposals for external funding aimed at increasing academic research, et cetera, et cetera. I understand this is our part, but this is an MOU in which both parties are participating. In my case, is the only way I will move forward these words have to change. They have to be very active, very purposeful, very committed that this is going to happen. It shall, it must, it is mandated, for lack of a better word. But may, and the last point, and I have several others, but these are at the core. And that is the importance of making sure that the instructional core of the teacher, the student, and the parent is preserved in whatever venture we move into. Is that we have to be able to tie it into an academic growth and performance of each and every child, whether it's a special needs child, or it's a child that's gifted and talented, whether it's a child at the elementary school that's a limited English proficient, whether it's a child that's is dyslexia, et cetera, et cetera. And I need to see in that map that's right there where those children are going to learn what they need to learn in the sciences and the mathematics or any other aspect in those various components on that. And so if somebody can kind of walk through that, I would appreciate it. But I think the important thing is maybe it's best for us to, in an effort of getting everybody on the same page, is maybe we need to sit down and go back over the MOU, buy us a little bit more time. Let's get teacher perspective about the various academic aspects of this and how they would suggest to the district to implement the TEKS, the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skill, into those various elements, so that when, instead of here saying may, et cetera, that we will actually develop the curriculum programs that the students are going to actually use going forward. And the last point is that I think that the $4 million, which is for capital projects, I understand. But, and I know that the naming rights on the locations is perpetuity, and that's good. But that the McAllen ISD, until the $4 million is completely used, is that no child or no parent is charged for using that facility until the $4 million is kept up. And so we have to determine what that price is. If it's $7 per, we need to firm that up for the life of the plan with no chance of increase in that until we recoup the $4 million. I think that's fair. I think it's acceptable. I think it's the right thing to do, and it buys us time. It's basically giving the money up front instead of us paying $150 over a period of time, and we'll get there. Maybe 10 years or so, but we'll get there. Those are my thoughts. But I do appreciate the superintendent looking at all possible abilities of how McAllen ISD, the district of choice, the district of champions, can leverage its current finances and get into this project, but at no time will falter in its ability to deliver the quality education to each and every child, and will not go to the taxpayers to find out the difference when we find ourselves in possibility of a shortfall. Is that we will not do that. And I've been assured that that's not going to be the case when it comes to this project. Thank you very much. Any other comments? Trustee Aliceta.
As somebody who voted no to spend over $4.6 million to a press box that had no educational ramifications at all, it would be my honor to make this motion to approve the memorandum of understanding with the City of McAllen regarding the McAllen Independent School District Discovery Center at Quinta Mazatlan. I see incredible educational opportunities here, 365 days a year, children of all ages from all over the region. I think we've had, when we were discussing the press box, and I opposed it, and we passed MISD spending over $4 million, we had 1 and 2 meetings. We didn't have all this discussion. This is our business. This is what we do. We educate. I was on the board that Trustee Felina was talking about when we were innovative, as were Trustee Saldivar and Trustee Vela, that were innovative with the iPad. We trusted our administration to work out the MOU, to work out all the kinks and all that, but we had to jump in, we had to leap in, we had to have faith. This is an incredible opportunity that's come to us with an incredible institution, UTRGV, the City of McAllen, MISD. It's my honor to make this motion.
It's been moved by Trustee Aliceta. Do I have a second?
Can I have a
Trustee
question?
Peña.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, point of order. I know, we have a motion by Trustee Aliceta, and we have a second for Trustee Peña. We're now open for discussion.
Yes.
Trustee Alvarado.
I was going to call you Debbie, Trustee
that's
Aliceta,
okay,
I
that's all right.
apologize. Would you be open to possibly amending the cost? And the only reason I talk about the cost is I don't want the burden to go to the teachers or the school. Because sometimes, in the past, in field trips, that they have to pay for it out of their budget. I don't want them to have to worry about that. Because what I'm afraid of is if they have to go multiple times, then who's paying for that? So that's where I'm coming from that. So that's the only reason why I bring it. I concur with everything you're saying, but I think or Dr. Gonzalez, if y'all can answer that question, who's going to pay the $7?
Currently, the district pays.
Well, the campus pays when the field trips, am I correct?
It's a science department.
It comes out of school budget, the campus budget, so that's a concern I have. I mean, if we're gonna invest this money, it should not be coming out of the campus space, it should be coming out of.
Celeste, would you approach the?
I mean, that's what I think we.
I'm okay with a friendly amendment.
Yeah.
Celeste is our director for secondary science, yes.
Currently, the field trips to Quinta Mazatlan for 3rd grade, 5th grade, 7th grade, and high school students are paid out of the secondary and elementary science budgets.
Okay.
Does not come out of campus budgets. We pay the entry fees, the buses are paid for, and subs for teachers that need them.
Okay, so are we gonna budget enough to?
It's always been budgeted.
Okay. I'd stand corrected.
Trustee Aliceta, unless anybody has other questions. Would you be okay to allow me a friendly amendment that, direct administration to change the word may in H1O to the word shall?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Is the administration okay with that?
Absolutely.
Oh, you're looking at Steve, I thought you'd look at me.
All right, Trustee Fontaine.
Does this MOU was it generated together, MISD and City of McAllen, or did it come from City of McAllen to us and say, here's how it is?
I think really, Ms. Benavides can answer that question.
They drafted the MOU, it came to us, we sat down as a team internally, we discussed it, we made the edits that we needed to make, we went back and forth on the 50%. We went back and forth on a few things, and ultimately, it was a collaborative effort where we landed.
Okay, thank you.
Well, along that line, on the 50%, would anybody be interested in 100% for a period of time until the $4 million is paid? Does Quinta Metzalan have a concern with that?
We did go back and forth on that, with that, and there are concerns regarding what a capital expense is versus an operating expense. So to sort of impose an operating expense issue over the next 25 years, I think may be unsustainable, and that was their biggest concern. So that's where we landed at the 50%, and that seemed like a compromise.
Would Quinta Metzalan and the administration be okay with setting a $7 in, for that, for the next 10 years?
I'll have to leave that to them since it's,
they
they are absorbing all the operating expenses.
If I may, so that we can clearly budget ourselves, because that, if you think about it, that's another way of holding funds or capturing funds going forward. So if we could lock it in at 7 for the next 10 years, and it will not grow up for the next 10 years, then we can budget better throughout our operation, and yet they still have the fees that they need. Is that a possibility? 50% at $7 over the next 10 years.
I think that's a Colleen question.
For Quinta?
And as she's coming at, Mr. President, that's what I'm struggling with, because we don't know the price. If it's $20, if, you know.
Well, we know it's 7, that's what we understand.
Well, that's what we're paying right now, but they haven't set it for the future.
Exactly, and that's where I think if we can do that, as part of this MOU, I think we're in a much better place.
I think our concept is to stay close to that fee. I can't commit at this point what that is, but we are not looking to greatly increase, and we have a serious business model in terms of rentals and other income that will help us fund this, so we can keep these fees very reasonable. I think we're one of the lowest right now in terms of that cost per student to come out for a 4-hour curriculum-driven programming. So that is our aim and that is our goal. And we always work with the school district at the end of the year in terms of possibly increased pricing due to the cost of owl pellets or whatever they may be. And we work in collaboration together. It's never a surprise. It's, you know, this year we can't do it, guys, maybe next year. And I think that's the whole purpose of the partnership, is to work in collaboration with that.
I totally agree, and that's the problem. Is I'm frankly I'm on the line, if not crossing the line. This is an administrative negotiation, but unfortunately we're asked to make this decision, and we weren't in those discussions, and we're trying to find a way that we can address all the concerns that the community has been expressing regarding costs and where money's going. When they can see a lot of these movements, and there is a cost savings or a cost avoidance, and therefore you're making up that money somewhere else. Even if it's for 3 years, for the 3 years of the project, if we could lock in at $7 at 50%, I think that puts us in a much better place.
It is owned and operated by the City of McAllen, and that is their vision to keep this fee as low as possible.
And I just got a message from Mr. Joe Vera from the city. It would be $7 for 7 years, 50% of 7. I asked, confirmed, and he said yes, 7 years.
Then I'm good. Now, do we have to put that in? Yes?
I was just going to make a point.
Yes, sir.
To that point, if you look at it as a business model and you double the size of your store, you've doubled the amount of revenue possibilities coming into it. So if we're doubling the size of Quinta, we're going to be able to hold many more people coming through that. So you've increased your gross revenues by that. Sure, your operating expense may go up, your occupancy expense may go up, but not in proportion to the amount of gross revenue. We may even see a lower fee because of the expansion that they're doing at Quinta.
Yeah.
More facilities to rent for quinceañeras and weddings and outdoor, out-of-town conventions coming in. So by expanding the footprint of Quinta, you've expanded the possibilities of increasing the revenue, the gross revenues coming into the center.
You're
You
absolutely
might
right.
even lower the price.
You're absolutely right, Trustee Van. I really appreciate you including. I just want to put a cap.
I understand.
That's on my roll.
I understand.
So we're good then. Thank you. You okay with that, Trustee Alisada?
Trustee Suarez has it.
Trustee Suarez.
I just want to clarify something for Ms. Aliceta about the press box. If you remember the reason, one of the major reasons why we talked about the press box was because we were not ADA compliant, which means any coach from another district, even our own coaches that are either wheelchair bound or cannot climb up the stairs, have no access to the press box at all. That was the main reason. So I vote yes to be ADA compliant. And I just want to clarify that. And it's not just used for a couple of months. It's used all year. It's used for band, it's used for mariachi, it's used for tech wars, it's used for track, it's used by the city of McAllen for the holiday parade, and all these people that had never had access to have a great view will now be able to go up an elevator and sit in their wheelchairs with great access, just like everyone else did. And I just want to clarify that because it's not just one versus another. It's a collaboration and another project that we have with the city of McAllen, which they asked us to come together with because they wanted to expand the use of this facility and make it ADA compliant with everyone. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Trustee Suarez.
I call the question.
Oh, you call a question? Okay. The question's been called, so now we need to vote on the question. So all those in favor of the question, which means we'll stop debate?
What is the question? Because I know you added two
Okay,
amendments.
the question is.
Oh, to stop the
to
debate.
stop
I
the
got you.
debate,
And
you have
then
to have
she'll restate it,
two-thirds,
yeah.
which means 5 votes, and
I
then
got
we
you.
stop the debate, or we can go straight to the vote. It's up to you, Trustee Vela.
No, I'd like to call the question.
You want to call the question? Okay. So right now, we're voting on the question, which is to stop the debate. It's 2/3 votes, which is 5 votes to stop debate. So all in favor of the question signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, nay. The
Nay.
ayes have it, 7-0. So we'll now
No.
go to the
Nay.
vote.
6-1.
6-1, I'm sorry. 6-1 with Trustee Alvarado voting to stop the question.
Mr. President?
Yes.
The only thing I want to caution is, I have a feeling I know where the vote's going, I'm happy about that. But the agreement you're voting on, y'all have made amendments to that agreement.
Yeah.
And so I think if you vote to approve it, you're going to vote to approve it in concept only until we can bring you a document back that has all these things you've asked for spelled out.
I'm glad you're bringing that up, because as the one that has to sign on this, I would not that responsibility on my own to remember each part of each person's thoughts into the document. Some were clearly very clear about, the decision, but others were not. So, Trustee Aliceta, would you want to restate your vote that the motion that it's in concept, or what would be the term?
I think in concept, and give the district, UTRGV, and Quinta the ability to go back after hearing your comments for tonight, revise the MOU, and I don't want to delay it, but revise the MOU to bring you back a document that you feel has incorporated all your comments to that document.
Are you okay with that, Trustee Aliceta?
Yes, sir.
All right, so the motion is now, you want to kind of state it a little different? and
I'm
Steve
happy
can
for you to state, that's fine.
Okay, this is Trustee Aliceta's motion as per your thoughts. And Trustee Peña, you're going to have to resecond the motion. And so the MOU that was presented by the City of McAllen to McAllen ISD that has been reviewed by the administration is now being considered, and the motion is to take it in as a concept based on our conversations today, to reword that document, review it with Quinta Mazatlan and the City of McAllen, and return it back to the school district for school board for final action.
And if I may add one more point.
Okay.
During this period where Quinta, i.e. the city, UTRGV, and MISD have made MISD's comments, there may also come up in that discussion other good comments that don't relate potentially to the funding, but to more cement the collaboration between the 3 entities. And I would like to say, if that does happen, that we could add those concepts and maybe in alternate drafts, 1, 2, or 3, bring all those back, but everything else you discussed would be in all 3. But I think there's some potential to cement, my words, the collaboration between the 3 entities in the MOU.
Yeah, it was not as strong as I would have thought, that it was very clear about each person's role as partners. I like to hear, I liked what Mayor Darling said at the end about we're actual partners here in this undertaking. And that's what you're referencing.
That's my general reference to the additional items, potentially.
Okay. All right. So how would I head that now to?
I'll take a stab at it.
Yeah.
That the motion is to approve the MOU in concept and to bring back the points of revision, suggestions by MISD, as well as strengthen the collaboration between the 3 entities in going forward in the MOU.
Debbie, you good with that motion?
Mhm.
Then that's the motion we're going to go with. Is there a second? Second by Trustee Peña. Any further discussion? Oh, no, the question's already been called, so we now proceed to a vote. Although the original motion has been modified, so somebody can ask a question since it's been modified.
Can we do a roll call vote?
Yes, sir, we'll do a roll call vote. Okay, we're going to now vote on the motion as currently stated and seconded, and thank you for council for helping us in that regard. Trustee Alvarado. It's a roll call vote.
Yes, sir. We're still coming back for final approval.
This is concept only.
Okay, because I'm not comfortable with the price, but I'm going to vote yes because I have another opportunity at it.
All right, sir. Thank you. Trustee Aliceda.
Yes.
And I vote yes. Trustee Forina.
Yes.
Trustee Suarez.
Most definitely.
Trustee Vela.
Absolutely, yes.
Trustee Peña.
Resounding yes.
The ayes have it, 7-0, the motion carries. Thank you.
So there's different levels of yeses? I'm just.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
I was more comfortable once it wasn't coming out of Esther. I was a lot more comfortable with that.
Can
All right,
can you thank everybody for?
For those of you that are here present from Kita Mazatlan, thank you very much for your time, your dedication, your commitment, and for being here this evening in support of and the kind words that you expressed about wanting to be a partner with McAllen ISD. For those of you from the city of McAllen, again, we have been together for over 100 years, working to benefit our community, the children and the families, to preserve and enhance the quality of life together. And we want to continue that, and thank you. For the representative from UTRGV, Dr. Jarrell, is that correct? Did I pronounce it correct? Grewell, okay. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your contributions to providing a world-class education for our children from K through 16 and beyond. So thank you all very much, and good night. Not that you have to leave, but I just want to make sure on behalf of the board that those in attendance had heard. We'll now proceed to the next item on the agenda. Next item on the agenda is 12B1, report regarding National Museum of Arts and Science, IMAS, Learning Space. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Tonight, we report on the learning space sponsored by IMAS, and Ms. Arely Benavides, our Assistant Superintendent for General Operations, will provide a report, and this item is for information purposes only. Ms. Benavides.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. We do have Ann Fortescue here to speak to the IMAS project.
Good evening, and thank you everyone for this opportunity to share the plans for the Children's Museum at IMAS and an exciting partnership with MISD to co-create these educational experiences tailored to the district's STEM curriculum. The children... The Children's Museum at IMUS is the next level of STEM education learning for MISD students. Our vision is to work together as equal partners from the very beginning of this project to ensure the Children's Museum at IMUS serves MISD students in meeting the district's educational goals. We want to expand our existing collaboration to create hands-on educational STEM learning exhibits that develop the skills MISD students need to succeed in school and the workforce. Skills like problem solving, working in teams, effective communications, and identifying resources. We want to build on what we already do well together. For example, the IMUS Science Palooza outreaches increased fifth graders' scores on state science tests. Teachers reported that after the outreaches, their students were more interested in science content, paid more attention to classroom instruction, and increased their comprehension to score better on the state test. A $2 million grant from MISD is part of a larger $8 to $10 million project of capital improvements to the museum's building and campus, and to create an endowment to ensure the long-term care and sustainability of the Children's Museum exhibits. As we all know, little hands play hard. We want to start with the Children's Museum exhibits first to be sure we're meeting all expected educational outcomes. We want the exhibits to excel at delivering enriching, authentic educational experiences first. Then we'll work on redesigning the museum's current facilities to make the most effective and efficient use of every available square foot and explore the possibility of adding new spaces. We need to make our facility fully accessible for everyone, regardless of physical, cognitive, or behavioral abilities. $2 million from MISD will fund the co-creation of interactive exhibits that meet the MISD curriculum and instructional goals for STEM. We can complete this work within the ESSER funding timeframe of 2.5 to 3 years. The district will be recognized throughout the project, on-site and through communications for their leadership and support, including through our regular communications with the Smithsonian affiliations, and I think you all know that IMUS is a Smithsonian affiliate, the Association of Science and Technology Centers, the American Alliance of Museums, and the Texas Association of Museums, sharing our groundbreaking museum school partnership with audiences nationally and across the state. IMUS will use its National Museum Professional Network to adapt proven successful STEM educational exhibits like those at the Discovery Museum in Reno, Nevada, and the Thinkery in Austin, and will continue relying on the local expertise we have from Texas A&M McAllen, UTRGV, and STC Art, Science, and Education faculty currently serving on our IMUS Board of Trustees and standing committees. The Children's Museum at IMUS will help MISD achieve its strategic goal number 1, student achievement, and goal number 2, customer service, by addressing these strategies. Strategy 1, branding. The Children's Museum will communicate the district's brand and promote opportunities for every learner through excellence in teaching and leadership in education. It will attract new students to the district and retain those enrolled by providing cutting-edge STEM education at the Children's Museum. Strategy 3, engaging learning environment. The Children's Museum will excel in providing a sister site for innovative hands-on learning aligned with the district's STEM curriculum. This could turn around the summer school experience from a perceived punishment to continuous learning that eliminates the summer slide and the pandemic-induced learning gap. Strategy 4, world-class standards for every learner. The Children's Museum will employ IMUS's national network to access cutting-edge, proven children's museum exhibit design to develop educational exhibits accessible to MISD students of all abilities and all levels. Strategy 5, partnerships. MISD and IMUS will co-create the Children's Museum's authentic educational experiences to meet the district's learning outcomes with measurable results. And strategy 6, future-ready students. The Children's Museum will have educational STEM exhibits that develop the skills MISD students need to succeed in school and in the workforce. Skills and connections to higher order thinking that our increasingly technological world demands. In addition, the Children's Museum aligns with and puts into action the framework for STEAM, student learning, detailed on page 41 of the district's 2021 strategic plan. To illustrate how IMUS is already implementing the MISD STEAM framework, here's an example of the kind of collaboration we already have with the district. This November is MISD month at IMUS. Claudia Martinez-Gray, our Director of Education, has worked with Elementary Science Coordinator Stephanie Beltran to reserve all field trips in November for MISD so that every second grader can come to the museum to learn about soil biology from the Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History's exhibit, Dig It, The Secrets of Soil. IMUS is the pilot site for this bilingual traveling exhibition. MISD students will be the first in the nation to experience this exhibit. And we have accelerated the exhibit installation to match MISD's scheduling needs. The Children's Museum at IMUS is indeed the next level of STEM education for MISD students. We look forward to working together in partnership, imagining and leading the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any information from the administration? Hearing none. Any questions?
Sure, I have some questions.
Yes, sir. Trustee Suarez.
And a lot of these questions are directed, I don't know if it's to Dr. De Hoyos or who I'm speaking to, but it's kind of the same questions I asked for Quinta. And by the way, great presentation. I love the fact how it was incorporated with our district, with our strategic plan. You hit a home run. So I have taxpayers at home listening, and I think they're intrigued with your presentation. But I guess my question is, how is this no longer a field trip? How, what do I tell my taxpayers, Dr. Gonzalez, Dr. De Hoyos, when we say we're gonna partner up? Our kids now are going to be different from every other district because we're engaged. The presentation there, where does it fit in our curriculum? And is it just going to be a one-time deal where our kids pass through? How long are they going to be in the classroom? How many days a week? How many times a semester? Where do we have this added value? I see it. I get it. But how do I explain this to them? Anybody?
Well, one of the things is the goal is to enhance the learning experience, and IMUS gives us an opportunity. Much like we talked about earlier with Quinta, anytime you get into a museum, you start to look at artifacts, you start to look at the history, you start to look at the way that the museums are laid out and the education that you get. It aligns back to every content area, whether you're looking at ELA or science or social studies or any elective. So that's going to be the curriculum set by the state, and we can use IMUS to enhance the experience, and that's what we want to do, is partner up and give our students as many authentic experiences as we can, and IMUS provides that opportunity.
I get all that. Again, how are we going to do that, though? How many times are they going to go to the museum? Is it once a year, once every 3 years in their elementary? That's what I want to know, because we're talking about putting classroom settings and doing this. So how do we incorporate that to where I could tell mom, or I can tell, grandma that's listening and watching this is, My kid now is going to spend 20 hours within the first semester of his third grade year at IMUS, or is it just going to be business as usual, nicer artifacts, now a classroom, but they're just going to go once a year?
No, as we solidify the partnership and as we move through the process, we would develop a master schedule where we could give you more details. At this point, we haven't set up a master schedule for elementary, middle school, and high school, so I wouldn't be able to tell you, but I will tell you that we will have order to it, timeframes to it, and we would be able to get back with you all at our next report. As this is just information only, we'll have more information for you when we get to our next report around that particular topic on time.
Yeah, I think that that's really important, because I think that people in the community are just thinking, well, you're just going to give them money, and we know that that's not the case, but we need a presentation to explain exactly what you did. Now, I guess we have to do our part as a district and say, okay, look, we've teamed up, we've sat down, this is what we're going to do. This is just my opinion. It's not the opinion of the board, right? But I want to be able to explain the phone calls and the emails that I get is that we're doing this because it serves a great purpose. I believe it, but I'd like to show something, a curriculum or something, showing them this is going to happen, that, okay, and I refer back to my son, I'm not just going to give little Marco $4 to go to the IMS and bring back a bunch of toys, and it's more than that. And we understand it's more than that. It's done in other cities. I think a conversation that I had today with one of the trustees is have you looked at other cities? And there's great models in Austin and in San Antonio, and perhaps, maybe some of us on the board should take a trip up there and look at it. Anybody want to volunteer and buy me lunch? I'll meet them in San Antonio, right? But I think that's important. I think that's an easy sell to the community to say, look, we have a proven model. We're bringing this to our community, and we can do it better and with a lot less money involved, and to where, as one of the trustees told me, we're not paying $25, $30 to get in. You pay $2, $3 to get in. So there's a big difference. And there's an added value to the community, but the community needs to see that, because to them, it's just a price tag. It's just a number. So just my opinion.
That's our next level of work, and I'll work with the ELT to make that happen. When we bring the next report back, we'll have that information for our board.
And I'll just add that the Children's Museum exhibits are those that are designed in collaboration in partnership with a school district such as ours would address things like reading readiness and ensure that the exhibition, the interactives within the exhibit would help support that reading readiness. Or, as I used in the examples of the Science Palooza, reinforce, enhance, and actually excite fifth grade students to, about science content, so that they then pay more attention in class and therefore increase their comprehension.
Good, Trustee Suarez?
Yeah, I'm good.
Trustee Alvarado?
Just two questions. One, $4 for your kid to buy something on a field trip to the museum? Man, you're cheap. Dr. Gonzalez, what's the next step after this? We have a report. What's the next step? Are we voting on this or?
No, at this
This is
point.
just a report for us.
Yes, sir. At this point, this is just the beginning of our journey as we work with IMUS. We'll be getting together, our team will get together with the IMUS team and solidify more of the master schedule so that we can come back with more detail there and costs and things of that sort. But
Okay.
this is just something that we wanted to do to get the ball rolling.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
That's all I have.
Any other questions? We heard earlier tonight also from, and I'm not going to add too much to it because it's not on the agenda, but we still have apparently now another individual interested. Is there any way, and I don't know how is this going to be all takers as one after another comes in, or can we maybe have a workshop in which we maybe invite the community that may have programs and services that they believe lends itself to what we're trying to do to close this gap, and then we can hear from these folks, and then we can have a decision from the administration of prioritizing those in a certain order. I'm not real comfortable with this remaining open-ended.
Yes, sir.
And there may be a misunderstanding here that, we're gonna start taking applications, but at the same time, normally when we procure, we go out, tell the community, hey, we're looking for X, product or service. Well, here's a service. They may have a product. IMUS is clearly a product. Quinta Matzalan is one we're talking about and looking to finalize, but I mean, what do you think? Are we going to leave it open-ended, and this year we're dealing with 3, next year another 3, and are we talking about 10 million, 5 million, 15 million? Or what do we really want to do here?
Yes, sir. At this point, the two entities that we're working with is IMUS and Quinta. We believe that those two organizations align with what we're doing at this point, and we do have limited funds. So that's what we've presented to you with regard to Quinta and IMUS is what we would be bringing to the board.
So anybody else, how does this, they just contact somebody on your staff to kind of look at it and see if it falls in play or not, or?
Yeah, we can
or
look
pretty
at
much
it.
done, it's just
Well,
these two or not?
We can look at a partnership and we can see if there's something that we could do without any monetary part of it to start the relationship. I know that with Quinta and with IMUS, this is a relationship that we've had for many years. It's been strong with regard to the amount of kids that we take there. And it's a natural progression as we use ESSER to leverage what they're able to offer us.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Mrs. Fortescue, this facility, and how you intend to see it being used, what timetable are you looking at?
As I mentioned, we would be able to start on the exhibition, on the exhibit components first, and then we would do the overall campus, museum campus physical improvements around those exhibitions.
Again, for the administration in this regard, I think an MOU, we really need to look at it from really concrete steps of what each party, partner will be doing, including ourselves, and hold us to a really high level of what our expectations are. But I also think, as our legal counsel pointed out, it needs to be real clear about our roles and how that is going to enhance the students' academic progress in the district. That's why you're here, and that's what you're trying to bring to our attention.
Yes, sir.
All right. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or thoughts?
No, sir.
All right.
Congratulations on a great event Saturday.
Thank you.
I heard the only bad thing was the MC, but I'm not gonna.
I heard the same thing.
I also understand you're on the budget, so.
I beg to differ.
I heard that was a highlight. I'm not sure, but we'll see.
Low budget MC.
12B2, report regarding McAllen Independent School District naming boardroom at the administration building. Dr. Gonzalez.
So moved.
Yes, sir. On August 9, 2021, the McAllen ISD District Board of Trustees announced the intent to name the boardroom located at the administration building at 2000 North 23rd Street, McAllen, Texas. Assistant Director of Community Information, Ms. Felicia Villarreal, is here to provide more information. And this item is for information purposes only. Ms. Villarreal.
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
Good evening.
I'm actually looking for my slides. They were supposed to be up.
First of all, welcome aboard, Ms.
Oh,
Villarreal.
thank you.
You did a great job. I mean, you hit the ground running in a couple of events I've already been at.
Yes,
Thank you.
And I might be a little bit, I don't know who you are.
Oh, this is Felicia Villarreal.
Well, my name
Oh.
is Felicia Villarreal. I am the new Assistant Director of Community Information.
Okay.
Working alongside Jake Berry and his team, and also the leadership here. We've had I've been on board for 3 weeks now, so here I am at my first school board presentation.
Welcome.
By way of
Thank
McAllen
you.
Economic Development Corporation.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. That's right.
Moving on out.
That's right.
That's not how we treat our partners.
That's right.
Buy a whole yellow wardrobe.
That's right. Well, I think
Are we looking for
in
the
lieu of
slide?
the presentation, I can give you just a verbal update. So we know that the board, well, first of all, thank you, Dr. Gonzalez, and good evening, Board of Trustees. So we have, I believe, as of your last board meeting, we did vote on having our administration boardroom renamed or named formally. So as of August 13th, Friday of August 13th, we have ran an ad on various mediums calling out for nominations. So just to give you an idea, we've had a little under 212,000 impressions with various mediums, one of them being our website. Our newspaper, we've ran an ad within the newspaper the last 2 Sundays, and we look to run it through this, last 3 Sundays, and this following Sunday will be the last one. That's on the Sunday newspaper, section A3. Social media has also been pushed weekly on all platforms. We've also had McAllen ISD Honor Roll newsletter that is scheduled for September 10th. And our varsity football game, this past varsity football game, we had that up on the screen, and we do look to do that through September 10th. And with that, you all know that we had a call out for committee names. I have reached out to every individual that was nominated, and all have agreed. So with that, I'd like to list those committee members. That's Miss Lydia Saavedra, Lisa Vasquez Garza, Hilda DeShazo, Robbie Gutierrez, Aisha Gonzalez, Lucy Regalado, and Eugene Gutierrez. All have agreed to serve on that committee. We will be in contact. Wanted to give you just kind of a rundown of that timeline. So the initial communication was on Friday, August 20th. We've had ongoing electronic correspondence starting Monday, August 23rd. And so the second slide. The next slide. And our goal is to make an official recommendation to the board on Tuesday, October 2nd, 2021. Our committee meetings, I have requested that we do meet the week of September 6th, starting next week. We will be meeting on Wednesday via Zoom. The following meeting will be September 20th via Zoom. And finally, prior to coming to board for that vote, will be October 4th in person. We will review and vote on the recommendation and set the date for the recognition event.
So I have a question. I don't know if this is for legal or not. That committee that was formed, their purpose is to either is it solely to name the boardroom, or can they recommend something else be named?
I think it depends on the direction this board gives that committee.
Okay. I mean, just a question. I don't know.
That's the best way I can answer it, is whatever direction the board gave to that committee.
If the committee in their discussion come up to the board and say, well, we have this person, but we want to name this after that, that would be a recommendation brought to the board, right?
To the board.
Okay.
Can I piggyback off that?
Yes, sir.
Depends if I'm finished. I'm not finished. I'm finished.
Trustee Suarez?
I'm done.
He's just
Trustee
messing
Arvelo.
with me. So I'm more distinct, I'm just going to clearly say, so some board members, Mr. Suarez might want another room, or the old administration, I might want this room. So what you're saying is that the committee has that latitude to discuss, what's appropriate, and kind of make recommendations to us.
I think if that's the board's direction to the committee.
Well, we haven't had time to discuss it, so that's kind of where I'm at. I'd rather give them the latitude, let them talk about it, and then they can give us some recommendations.
Yeah.
I mean, how do y'all feel?
Well, maybe we should start with the policy. Would that be fair?
Sure.
Okay. The opening paragraph says, "The final decision on the naming of the schools, other facilities, any part of the school or facility rests with the board." So ultimately, it's ours.
It's coming us, yeah.
Procedures, and this is a heading that says procedures. This is policy CW local, which we've all discussed for quite a few times. The first sentence is, which again sets up the tone for the rest of the paragraph, says the board shall announce at a regular board meeting the intent to name a new school, an athletic facility, a school wing, a library, or any other facility. The board shall invite the community to submit nominations of the superintendent for a period of not less than. So in other words, when we indicated at that meeting what our intent was, that was where we start. And our intent, and while the heading on this document tonight, agenda item, states it is a report regarding the the district's naming the boardroom of the administration building, because during that meeting, it was presented as the intent of the board wanting to name the boardroom at the administration building, not this room, but the actual boardroom. That's the intent, and that's where we are right now. Am I correct, Mr.
That's correct.
But if they discuss that, but then they change, they have another recommendation, what I'm saying is that they can, ultimately, it doesn't matter because we have the final vote.
That, in a roundabout way, I think
Yes.
it does matter, but the result would be yes.
No, you're right. It does matter, but if in the course of their discussion, which we all picked, right, we each had a vote for the committee.
Yes.
So they're kind of our proxy. If they come up with some other ideas, then we can entertain that.
That's correct.
Okay.
But in fair dealing, they really should be focusing on what the board was intending
That's
when
fine.
they set them up. But, you know, they're citizens, they have a right to express their thoughts, and if they have a different thought, then they present, and we can discuss, and we can decide.
How soon are we expecting?
You all agree with that, or anybody see it differently? Trustee Vela, you're the one that adds this to the agenda, are you okay with
Whenever
that?
they come forward, if we accept it, we accept it. If we
Yes.
don't, we don't.
Yep.
Send it back to work.
What's the timeline for them? I know you're going over that. When do we expect to come to us? We'll start with
So our goal is to come to you, actually, Tuesday, October 2nd,
that. Okay.
to make that official.
And that's a regular board meeting, right? What's that, Monday? Something?
Yeah, that's a regular board meeting.
You know what, I'm sorry, that's a typo. It should be October 12th. Sorry
That's
about
correct.
that.
It's
That's
12th.
Tuesday, October 12th.
Because you mentioned that we're gonna have a
We're
committee meeting.
meeting, our last meeting is October 4th,
Yeah.
so sorry about that.
So it's the regular board meeting of October 12th.
Yes.
Yes, trustee Elisa.
I will say, I see it differently, only because what we've advertised in the paper is we've advertised the administration building, correct? So
Yes.
I would think that it has to stay that, and if not, then we have to go out and advertise again and follow all that again. So I would say it has to be the naming of the boardroom at the administration building. If not, we have to start the process all over again, rename a committee, go out and post it as, again, it would be my thinking.
I think that's probably correct.
Well, the only problem is we're not meeting there anymore.
Well, but I think
Huh?
trustee Villa said it best, if you would, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
No, at this time, the administration building houses the board meeting of the board space for the Board of Trustees, and it still is. The wall of presidents still is there, our desk is still there, that we use, the configuration is as it is. This board hasn't made a decision as to whether they want to continue to be there or move to any other location, including this. Is that a fair?
It's still the boardroom, it'll always be known as the boardroom, it's still the administration building. We're meeting here, it's not the boardroom, but we're meeting in the board meeting, so.
I just wanted to clarify, because I, not buying or selling, to use your phrase, I'm
Yeah.
just, because, when it's, and look, I served with Dr. Chapa, right? I actually made the first motion to name a school after him, so I'm 100% for it. I just want an honor that's, recognizes his achievement. So I'm just saying, if we have it over there, but we continue to meet here, to me, it kind of defeats the purpose, but I'm jumping ahead. I just wanted to throw that out, and I understand what you're saying, because that's what it says. So.
Well, I think trustee Aliceta is right on point, and I'm trying to be as flexible, because
I
I want to hear
understand.
all sides and give everybody a chance before I get involved. But it does say that, again, the board shall announce at the regular board meeting the intent
Yeah.
to name, and we did make that intention known, and all the advertising, including the agenda here today, says the same. So the committee should act on our behalf to be
Yeah.
focused on doing just that.
And I was out of line, Mr. President. I shouldn't have said anybody's name. I shouldn't have said that. That's not the proper, so I apologize. That comment's out of line, so it is
I
what it is.
understand, I understand. It was in the heat of the moment.
It was the
We're
heat
good.
of the moment. Yes, it was.
Any other thoughts on that, just to be clear? Does everybody agree, have a different thought? Okay, fair enough. Good. Any other presentation? Mrs.
No,
Villarreal?
thank you, that concludes my update.
All right. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your efforts on that. 12B3, report regarding tax collected for July 2021. And Mr. Vela, I'm sorry, I missed the 8 o'clock.
Ms. Richards, the floor is yours.
8 o'clock.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez.
I've been told.
Tax collections for July of 2021 were $2.73. The delinquent tax collection rate was 7.23% versus 5.17% in the prior year, and the rollback collection rate is 35.43% versus 1.96% in the prior year. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Richards. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, we'll proceed to 12B4, report regarding annual tax collections for a period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. In order to keep the Board of Trustees informed, Mr. Julio Espinosa, Property Tax Manager for the Hidalgo County Tax Office, will present the annual tax collections for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2020 and ending June 30th, 2021. And this item is for information purposes only. Mr. Espinosa.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Espinosa, would you check the button there and make sure it's red and not, it's green, not red?
Can you hear me now?
Now we can.
Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Presenting the annual report for fiscal year July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. On page 4 of the packet right there on the screen, base collections for current were $85,972,445.50. Delinquent base collections were $2,434,089.29. Rollback taxes base $53,399.84. Total base collections for the year were $88,459,934 with 63 cents. Total penalties and interest were $1,251,750.83, and the collections fees were $494,000. Total collections for the fiscal year were $90,206,525.42. For the current collections, if we flip over to page 14, page 15, I'm sorry. Total levy for the fiscal year, total collections, total receivables were $949,330 with 7 cents. Out of that, the district, through our tax office, collected $972,445.50, a percentage of 96.65. When we compare it to the previous year, it is a 0.20% increase. On the following slide, page 16, you have the 5-year history. Over the last 5 years, collection percentages have been very, very consistent, very good. 96.3, 96.49, 96.75, 96.45, and 96.65. Page 17, the following chart. You see the pie graph, it's a very small fraction, 3.35% that wasn't collected, that's delinquent. That's the amount that gets turned over to the collection attorneys. It's $2,976,884.57. And just briefly on page 20, the 5-year history for delinquency. We have percentages of 34.3, 34.47, 34.9, 28.76, and 34.69. So collections on the delinquency side are also up. And just briefly on this year, going through pandemic, our office has worked very diligently with all the taxpayers, trying to set up payment agreements, making sure that everyone's trying to get if anyone delinquent, setting them up on a payment agreement so that they can start making payments. But overall collections are great. I don't know if anyone has any questions regarding the collections.
Thank you, Mr. Espinosa. Any questions or comments from the board?
No, sir.
No, sir. Thank you very
Thank
much
you
for
very
your
much.
report. Appreciate your patience.
Thank you,
waiting
sir.
for us.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. 12B5, report regarding delinquent tax collections for the period of April the 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2021. Mrs. Salazar.
Thank you, President Salivad, Dr. Gonzalez, and members of the board. Kelly Salazar to present your delinquent tax collection report for the period of January 1st through June 30th, 2021. Our delinquent tax collection program on behalf of the McAllen Independent School District continues to focus on two basic premises. The first is to collect from the delinquent taxpayer first, and secondly, use a tool of litigation only as a final option. And as we all know, through this period of pandemic, those two principles are especially important, with a large dose of compassion along the way. Our mailing program for the fiscal year, we mailed 6 times, mailing over 10,000 statements to delinquent taxpayers in this district. During this quarter, our taxpayer communication included over 2,300 phone calls, 139 payoff requests, and 17 payment agreements with delinquent taxpayers in the district. On the next page, we've detailed our litigation summary for both the fourth quarter and the fiscal year. During this fourth quarter, we filed 31 lawsuits. We've disposed of 49 lawsuits, taken 11 judgments, filed 18 tax warrants, and for the fiscal year, we filed 160 lawsuits, disposed of 108, took 98 judgments, 40 tax warrants, and pending litigation. As of August of this year, we have 339 lawsuits pending, representing over $1.9 million owed in base, penalty, and interest. We regularly conduct tax sales and resales. During this quarter, 2 tax sales were conducted, placing 4 properties for sale. And since we still consider ourselves, of course, in a period of pandemic, we're still masking up and things like that, we've made it important, and we've stuck true to not placing a property for sale that is homestead coded by the appraisal district. We are selling vacant lots and commercial properties. It's important not to displace people during this difficult time for everybody. On the next page, we've detailed the fourth quarter and fiscal year tax sale result, which I briefed for you earlier. During this quarter, we sold 1 property. 2 properties didn't receive a bid, so those were struck off, and 1 was pulled prior to sale due to a proposed payment agreement. So for the entire fiscal year, 5 properties were sold, 4 were struck off. We're looking at the fourth quarter collection highlights as well. You'll note the collections are up for the fourth quarter compared to last year at the same time. We collected over $350,000 in base tax, over $141,000 in penalty and interest, for total collections of over $491,000 during the fourth quarter. But it's important for me also to highlight that it was in last year, March, April, and May, that we saw significant decline in collections due to the pandemic. That's really when it hit us locally. So that accounts in large part for the major increase in the fourth quarter. Looking on the next page, you'll see a fiscal year comparison. We added the pre-pandemic year for a point of reference. So you'll note that in dollars, we are increased compared to the pre-pandemic year. So hopefully things are looking brighter for us all. Looking forward to the future, in the next fiscal year and beyond, we will continue monitor our pending judgments and push those to sale if necessary. We will continue with our bankruptcy program and advocate for the district for those properties that are in bankruptcy. We'll continue with our mailing program and schedule tax sales and resales as necessary. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mrs. Salazar. Any questions or comments from the board? Trustee Suarez.
So I know there's a delay in the courts. Is that affecting your bankruptcies as well?
Well, the delay in the courts has definitely affected our ability to pursue judgments in a lot of cases, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. That just means we have to realign our efforts in other areas, such as our compassionate mailings to educate and inform taxpayers that there are other options to deal with their debt. So it's a matter of adapting.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? Thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
We'll now go to 12B6, report regarding the annual investment report for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. The district provides monthly investment reports to our board. However, tonight we have Mrs. Linda Patterson of Patterson and Associates who will present the investment report, and this item is for information purposes only.
And Dr.
Mrs.
Gonzalez,
Patterson.
if you can give me a few minutes, I'm gonna load up that PowerPoint with her.
Yes, ma'am.
There's someone on the screen.
I bet that's Linda Patterson right there.
Hi.
You are muted, ma'am.
Hi.
There you are, we got you.
If you'll just give us 1 minute.
As
Patterson.
Cindy is loading that up,
Oh, thank you.
I'll give you just a start of a few economic points that I wanted to make. And that is that, we've had a challenge year basically because of the COVID. And one of the other major elements that continues, and that was referenced earlier in your meeting, was the supply chain and getting materials. But the economy is growing, and we will see it on the slide here. The Federal Reserve, which controls the rates, is looking primarily at
There we go.
three
Patterson.
things.
Excuse me.
And on that first slide, it's kind of echoing to me, so it sounds a little strange here.
Can you see the PowerPoint, Ms. Patterson?
The Fed is looking at the overall growth of the economy. And on that next slide, see if you can change it.
We're good.
There you go. You can see the expectations of what we're looking at in that first set of bars. We're looking at a great change in the GDP or the overall economy right now. And then that will slow down over 22 and 23. The unemployment, we have almost full employment right now, and that's also expected to slow down slightly and then stay around that 4%. So unemployment or employment and inflation are the two main things that the Fed is looking at. And it's hard to not notice right now that we have tremendous inflation. But that is going to, the question is now whether that is permanent or whether it's transitory. Most economists think that this is transitory, and you can see it there that the expectation is that the inflation will come down a little bit, and we get a better control of our supply chains and the global change. Now, what that means is that for your portfolio, the Federal Reserve, which controls the overnight rates, and to a certain degree is influencing the longer rates, they are expected to stay at zero for the next year for sure, and potentially start looking at raising rates in 2023. I broke it down just a little bit more on the next slide. It's interesting to see that those aged 25 to 54 are the ones that are really fueling the recovery now. And so the children that are coming out of the school districts that are hitting the jackets are the ones who are really moving this forward. And then it's on an upward trajectory. Then the next slide shows what we anticipate to happen going forward in 2022, and is that the non-farm payrolls are going to get stronger and stronger, and again continue in this upward trajectory. Now, what happens on the next slide is quite interesting. The green line is actually representative of money market funds and local government pools, which you see just absolutely fell off a cliff. at the beginning of the COVID in 2020. And those rates have gone absolutely to zero. Now, they're starting to see a little bit of difference there because the blue line represents the generic 2-year investment, and you can see that there's pickup now, that there's hope that we can see that, that we're going to be able to see the rates going up here. But you don't get much of a jump or pickup in yield until you get up to the 5-year area, which is the red line. Now, the Treasury curve, which of course is the current United States Treasury bills and notes, I put this in to give you an idea of exactly what portfolio market that it's in. And you can see that out to the 2-year area. The 2-year today is at a 0.22. So there's very little earnings possibility out there unless you decide to go out farther on the curve. But your portfolio is an operating portfolio. It pays the bills as it goes along. And so it's very important that we watch and make sure that you have the liquidity that you need, as well as trying to pick up some additional yield. So that's just a general look at what's happening. But to give you a better look at what McAllen is facing, you can see here that we've gone back to 2015 and looked at the total portfolio for the district. And there's that natural flow every year as you get taxes and then as you pay out and use the funds for the district's purposes. But you've got plenty of liquidity. That's one of the main things that we maintain to make sure that there is liquidity for you at all points in times. If you look at what the portfolio looked like as of June 30th at the end of the year, you can see the total portfolio was 137 million, of which 32 million were actual securities. And that breakdown over on the right on the note gives you an idea of what that diversification looks like. So we use U.S. agencies, and those are the agencies of the United States government: Fannie, Freddie, Farm Credit, Home Loan. There is money always moving through banks and paying your bills. And one area that hasn't been used very much, but is very important right now, is municipal debt. So this is state and local, school districts, higher ed, securities that are on the portfolio right now. And we use the commercial paper because commercial paper is the corporation looking for short-term funds. And that provides where the flat curve was at the beginning of the year, or out to about the 1-year area. Commercial paper offers great value there, and that's why that's used for very short periods. In fact, that on the bar graph, you can see the money, the $104 million that's totally, and the 0 to 3 months, 3 to 6 months is primarily commercial paper, very short, very high investment grade. And hopefully, as we get a little bit better and a little bit more growth in the economy, we'll be able to extend the portfolio. You can see that right now, because of the high volume in the liquid money, that the weighted average maturity, which says basically that everything could be liquid in 85 days. So it's very, very short. But the important thing, I think, for the board to note that the portfolio is diversifying. This one gives you an idea of throughout the year, for the 4 quarters of the fiscal year, agencies were pretty stable. We've been using them when we can, but those are a little bit longer. Commercial paper, because of its great value, and it's going to increase in value as the economy grows, that's also been growing. And then the municipal debt, generally we call it municipal debt, state and local, is a good hard component of the portfolio. And then, of course, the liquid pools and then the banks. And you know that it's been, the best word I can say for the markets for this past year has been that they're dismal and challenging. But you can see on this slide every quarter of the fiscal year. So you're averaging about 140 million at any one time during the year. And you can see on the WAM, or the weighted average maturity, that we've been trying to extend the portfolio as the possibilities appear in the marketplace. At the beginning of the year, in the first quarter, the quarterly yield was a 0.38. And like everything else with rates this year, it has slid down. So now we're looking at a 0.12, 0.27. And that's enough to make you shiver, I know, but look at the benchmark yield, which is the yield that you set by policy, and it's a point. So you're picking up 3 times as much portfolio. Obviously, that affects the earnings, and you can see it there. On that next slide, the one that you're looking at now, is what you're used to looking at the beginning and ending period of the time for the period year. And this is the first statute that we give this to you. And overall, for the entire year, you have an average in the portfolio of a 0.22. And then this final slide is again one that you get on a monthly basis, and that comes to the on a quarterly basis, and you can see exactly why the decisions are made the way they are. Because if you look over on the far right-hand side, you'll see the yield. The higher yields are coming in from the commercial paper, the federal agencies, and the municipal bonds. And that's why you see us using those to support the purposes and the objectives of the policy. So that gives you a quick rundown of what's been happening over the past year. I'd be glad to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson. Anybody has any questions or comments?
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Richards, anything else you'd like to add?
Just wanted to share that if y'all have, want to review the detailed information, it is in your package. We have a 38-page report on the detailed information on our annual investment report in there. These were the highlights of that report.
Thank you. Appreciate you taking the time, Mrs. Patterson, in the late hour to join us this evening and sharing this report. Thank you, Ms. Richards.
No problem at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
We'll now proceed to 12B7, report regarding elementary and secondary school emergency relief ESSER and Texas COVID Learning Acceleration Support, which commonly known as T-Class. Update, Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Yes, sir, Mr. President. This is an update regarding ESSER and T-Class. Ms. Laura Williams, our Director for Special Funding, will provide the update. This is for information purposes only. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez, and good evening, Dr. Gonzalez and Board of Trustees. This is a quick update as to where we are with ESSER 2, 3, and T-Class. As we all know, we have submitted our applications for ESSER 2 and 3. We are pending the approval of ESSER 2 at this point in time, and also applying for the 1/3 allocation of ESSER 3, which will be towards the end of this year. Going on to our written ESSER master plans and our return to school, these are updated on a fairly, what was I going to say? Frequent, thank you. It's late. Frequent basis based upon CDC and/or input from other agencies. So that is a work in progress, and we will continue to update it as needed.
You just wanted to make sure we were listening. That was good. Very good.
Thank you for that help.
You're-
Our proposed allocations, this is also a work in progress and will continue to be updated as our needs of our district and campuses move forward with ESSER 2 and 3 over the next 2 to 3 years. This is updated as of last Friday. Okay, on the next 2 slides, I would like to highlight and show all of our efforts that we have employed to gain public input into how we utilize our ESSER 2 and 3 funds. We will continue to update this comprehensive list. These items, these different organizations, stakeholders from not only from our campuses, but from our ELT, from community members. We will continue to utilize this information to update our proposed allocations. Now going on to our site-based decision-making committees. I did kick off our first SBDM meeting with Lamar Options this morning, and it was a productive meeting that we had regarding ESSER 2 and 3 and how our ESSER funds are supporting our campuses. This next slide does show an example of how ESSER 2 and 3 are supporting our campuses, not only from the campus overview, but from the district as a whole. This was provided to our campuses, and we will continue to go to each one of the campuses as time allows for facilitating these site-based decision-making discussions. And then we will take that information that we gain from these meetings and compile a comprehensive list that will be compiled towards the end of September and then vetted with ELT. And it will be my responsibility to secure future grants in order to meet these needs of each one of our campuses and the district as a whole. Moving on to T-Class. I am happy to say that we did meet the deadline of applying for T-Class on August 20th. We submitted our application. We are pending approval, and we did explore and apply for 4 main decision points. The next slide, please. As you can see here, the 4 areas that we did apply for are 2B, which is the HQIM core approved products for Tier 1, that 3C, which are decodable text, going on to 4A, which is our Grow Our Own program for our paraprofessionals within our district, and then Decision 6, which is the VTTC tutoring supports. We will be exploring this option for our grades 3 through 5 for math, meeting House Bill 4545. And that is my brief update on ESSER 2, 3, and T-Class. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Any questions or comments? Trustee Farina.
Just checking on the T-Class, I know that we just submitted, but what's the turnaround time on if we receive anything?
I did receive an email this morning. We're hoping to have guidance from them by probably the 2nd week of September, and then I will go into e-grants to solidify those 4 areas and then submit that grant, and then we should receive our NOGA by December 1.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Trustee Farina, any questions? I have one, and I think it's under safety, but just to be clear. First week of school started, and it went off really, really well. Commend the administration, Dr. Gonzalez, and everyone. And obviously, some of it, ESSER funds were already being utilized in some way, shape, or form to address some of the concerns that we have. But some ideas have come out regarding the fact that there may be some overcrowding in the cafeteria during lunch hours, and suggestions were being made of various options. Is there some flexibility here is the questions. My question really is this. Is there flexibility in here within the funding source in which you can adapt and respond in almost real time to ideas and suggestions that may be brought forward that may need to be addressed. For example, in the cafeteria, then maybe if we had an outside tent with air conditioning system there during the lunch hour, now you could have individuals in another space so you could spread out folks, as an example.
Okay. Ms. Benavides, do you want to speak to that?
I think the short answer to that is yes. I think there are opportunities for us to adapt. A lot of the projects that came forth were safety-related, long-term, ability to address the pandemic in the long term, and then obviously instructional. So all of those needs, I think the short answer to that is yes, they can be addressed.
So there's funds within that category which could be pivoted to maybe respond to those types of situations.
That's right. So at this point, and you'll see in the master plan, all of the funds were allocated, right? So it would just be a question of reprioritizing. Yes.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
All right, good. And what's the mechanism for staff, parents, teachers, even students to make suggestions on
Right,
ways?
so we've never closed our survey, and we did that for a reason, because we're still getting feedback, and it's been an invaluable resource for us. So that one is open to everyone. It's on the same website. We've been promoting that, and that is still open. We have not closed it. In addition to that, Ms. Williams just mentioned the site-based decision committees as another avenue, and she had the first one, and the principals already scheduling those and putting it on the calendars, and that includes teachers, it includes parents, whatever that subset or that group is, and that's another source. So we do still have a lot of avenues of input.
Good, I appreciate that. I know one parent had brought up the idea about water bottles and the like, and I know you and I talked, and I want to thank you, because I heard from some parents and some principals that you allocated some monies to the various campuses so they could buy water bottles for those children who didn't have the means to get a water bottle so they could, drink during the day. So
Yes, sir.
thank you very much for that.
Mr. President, if I may, I know that we did call some audibles today around the cafeteria situation. Ms. V, I know that some principals reached out to you, or you reached out to them. Once we got word of the overcrowding in cafeterias, we moved some tables out into the hallways to create some space. So I did want the community to know that we did take action with regard to trying to thin out the number of children that were in those cafeterias. Am I on point, Ms. V?
Yes, sir. Even at Rowe, there was a small gym, so they filled those hallways going to the west and separated them more and started regulating how many were sitting at a table. And if need be, maybe even shift their small gym activities. But they were going to test today and see if that spread it out some. Same at Mac High, and same at Memorial.
Thank you very much, because as you know, we got a lot of calls about that. So. Any other questions or comments regarding ESSER and T-class funding? Hearing none, we'll go to 12B8, report regarding facility maintenance and operations projects. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. This is a monthly report from our FMO department. Mr. Ruben Trevino is not here today, so Mrs. Arely Benavides will be giving our report. Ms. Arely?
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. We also have some folks here, Ms. Melissa Ortiz with FMO. She is our project manager and oversees a lot of our construction projects. And then Mr. Roel Morales, who is our assistant director of FMO, and he also oversees our work orders in the maintenance department and custodial as well. I want to begin by showing a video regarding the safety layers in our schools, and I believe that is queued up in the back.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Maybe not.
Hi, my name is Caitlin and I am a new freshman at Rowe High School. It's time! Our schools are opening their doors and are set for what is going to be an amazing school year. McAllen ISD has worked really hard all summer to get everything ready to welcome kids like me back to school safely in person. I want to have a great school year. I'm excited my district has done so many things to ensure a safe and healthy environment for everyone. Let me tell you all about it. Before I leave my house, my parents can do their part by screening me each morning before taking me to school. If I am feeling any symptoms of illness, I will stay home. Once I get to school, we have many layers of protection. Students will social distance as much as we can, and signs on the floors and walls will remind us as well. Now for a science lesson. Devices called bipolar air ionizers have been installed in all schools. These create positive and negative ions that get released whenever air is flowing through the ductwork. The ions beat viruses, molds, and other microbes and trigger oxidation in these particles cells, causing a breakdown of their structure, basically deactivating them. We are using a product called Gold Shield. This powerful antimicrobial agent creates a residue that is strong enough to kill microbes for up to 6 weeks. But to be safe, McAllen ISD is using it every 2 weeks. In addition, dedicated staff will be cleaning frequently touched surfaces every day. And don't forget frequent hand washing and sanitizing. This is such an important part of staying healthy, so hand sanitizing stations are in every classroom and all common areas. We have desk shields on every student and teacher desk, and even in the cafeteria. School buses are disinfected before morning and afternoon routes. Finally, all students, staff, and visitors must wear a mask while inside a school. McAllen ISD has included all this information along with so much more in Return to Traditional School Plan. It's on the district website in both English and Spanish. If you have any questions or concerns, you should reach out to your school. Let's all follow these steps, keep each other safe, and have a great school year. See you at school!
Great job, Caitlin.
One of our row students. So in addition to that, FMO has some ongoing projects that Ms. Melissa can fill us in on.
Currently, we have the ongoing projects such as the culinary arts lab renovation at Achieve Early College. Right now, our equipment is delayed right now. As everybody knows, there's many delays all over the place. So we have our hood vents that will be coming in mid-September, and our walk-in cooler and freezer will be coming in October. So estimated completion will be more or less December 2021. District-wide installation of the air purification systems have been installed throughout the district, and we continue to install in the portables and such. We do have the Memorial High School roof replacement ongoing right now. We're at about probably 20% right now. We were doing the hot application, but for the safety of our children, we will be going with cold application now, because the kids, they can't be around the hot kettle and whatnot, so we will be going to cold application. So everything will be up on the roof, and we will not be posing any safety concerns. We also have the replacement of the restroom partitions throughout Mac High and Memorial, and we are about 4 weeks away from receiving that material to start installation. And as everybody knows, our Mac High HVAC improvements project, phase 2. Luckily, we were able to turn on that chiller one day before school started, and we made it. So completion for that one is October. So we are on track as planned.
Really quick, I saw a really big crane with a really big unit on Saturday. Is that connected already?
Yes, that is, and it's the outside air.
Yeah.
It's a DOS system. So that was programmed for Saturday. They wanted to do it on Friday. I was like, no, that's not possible. We have kids all over, and safety is our priority for our students. So our other ongoing projects is the Ag Learning Center. We are about 80% on that one. We're about probably 6 weeks away for completion. As you see the metal structure right there, we're currently installing the fire alarm system, the fire sprinkler system. They're painting, so we're on track on that one. So 6 weeks from
from now, hopefully we will be completed with that one. We still have our fire alarms going as well. Jackson, Castaneda, and Navarro are close to finish. We are currently working on Kathy and Crockett, and Travis will be last. We are also working on our intercoms. We have Fossum, Pettis, and Hendricks currently on the works, and we're about maybe 90% complete as of this week. And we will be continuing with Garza, Gonzalez, and Fields. We have our in-house project as well, which is our technology relocation remodel at FMO. So we currently have our plan room that was converted to the technology pit, and which is housing now 15 people and 1 office. So on the other side, we're just pending certification from the fire marshal. So we are calling a final, hopefully in the near future, maybe tomorrow or so. And that area on the right-hand side, we will be housing 18 people in that area. So it's a nice, awesome area, and technology is anxious to move into it. Our completed projects, as of today, we finished Alvarez, Wilson, and Brown intercom systems. We have finished Rowe High School paving projects, and we partially finished Memorial High School, but because of the ongoing roof project, we weren't able to do the main drive coming off of Hackberry and leading out to the east because we didn't want to tear that asphalt, that brand new asphalt out. So that will be programmed for December. We have the bottle filling water fountain installations of 184 units district-wide. That is all completed as of last week. We have also completed the Rowe High School softball field lighting improvements. Coach and the students were ecstatic about that. We also completed the old transportation gas tank removal that had been in the works for years, and finally we got it done. So we also completed the restroom partition replacements at 5 of our elementaries, or actually it was 3 of the elementaries and 2 of the middle schools, Rayburn, Gonzalez, Escandon, Morris, and Travis. We are pending some little punch list items, but nothing major. We also have the 9 scoreboard installations throughout the high schools that have been completed as well.
As far as the inclusive park at Sanchez Elementary, right now, there's a tentative completion date of mid-October with a ribbon cutting scheduled for October 20th, weather permitting. We also wanted to include, because I know it came up at the last board meeting, the full budget for the press box project. So as you can see in the expenses section, right now we are waiting to hear, based on the approved layout, that final cost. And they mentioned it would be anywhere between 3.5 to 4 million. We also have a budget of 387,000 for the MITV audiovisual equipment, 241,000 for the network equipment, and then 63,900 for furniture, appliances, and branding throughout the space, for a total of 4.192 through 4.692, depending on the final cost of the actual structure. The funding sources that we have for this include $1 million from the City of McAllen MOU, 1.5, which was the maintenance tax note, and I think that was the piece that was the budget amendment from last year, was that 1.5. There was 795,000 from assigned fund balance from previous year savings. So we have 3.295 currently funded. The funding pending is about 897 to 1.397, again, depending on the final price that comes in. Some possible sources for funding for this funding that is pending could be future property sales, assigned fund balance from previous year savings, scoreboard / press box ads or sponsors, and naming rights. These are all possible sources for funding the part that is pending.
Ms. Benavides?
Yes, sir.
On one of those possible sources for funding pending, or where we can get future funding, have we talked to the city about additional funds? I know preliminary, there were some talks done with the city manager, and I know Dr. Gonzalez was going to get back to him. But they were open to it, so.
That's correct. And we do plan to. We're just waiting for that final price so that, we can have a more, I guess, productive conversation about that, what that actual price is. So as soon as we get that number, yes, thank you, we will revisit that.
Any other questions or comments? Trustee Forino.
On the Ag Learning Center, I was advised today that there's not a permanent fence structure up around it, so that makes it vulnerable to anybody that wants to go in the evening. Is that, is there truth to that, or?
At this time, there's temporary fencing there, but it's in the works to be. Well, right now, let's just put it this way. It's still not ours. So
Okay.
it's still the contractor, so they are completely responsible if anything happens.
Okay.
As soon as that we do substantial completion, it will become ours. But we are in the works at this time to make a decision on what type of fencing we will be putting up and a gate as well. And we're looking into maybe motorized.
Okay, so the work site is still belongs to our contractors
Yes,
and
sir.
and us. Might I make the recommendation that we talk to Chief Silva and maybe position a officer there in the overnight hour, just to ensure, I mean, we have some animals out there already for, I think I understand.
We do have cameras.
So,
Yeah, there is an officer out there, but there is little baby goats.
Right.
Yes, they do get out. We've already had one get out twice. And of course, the road is right there. You can easily just walk into the road. But is this 6-week period?
Excuse me.
Well,
I'm sorry, but
this is for us to ask the questions. It's not the public comment. And I understand, ma'am. But I'm trying to address,
let's do
as we
this.
can.
Let's do this. If you would, go to the micro, because we need to record it as well. And just 1 minute, if you could say whatever you need to say that we need to know regarding that'd be fine. If you don't mind, please.
I just want to know if this 6-week timeline that they gave us, is it also going to consider the fence being closed off?
Okay, fair enough. Any other thoughts or questions? All right, real quick.
So we're very appreciative that we're able to take our animals there now, and we thank you for that. But there is concern about there is no safety. There's not an actual police officer there, right? It's just the motorized. So there's concern. I mean, they've found questionable items in some of the barns and stuff that makes us wonder, are people going there at night and hanging out? Those animals are very expensive for some people.
Right.
And so it's been a concern. We thought we were going to move in July and then August and September, and so it just
I
keeps
hear you.
getting
The
pushed back.
dynamics have changed clearly, other than it being a construction site still by the contractor. Now that the fact that there are animals there, I think that's changed the dynamics.
And
So that needs to
that's
be
our
addressed.
biggest concern at this point, is that anybody can come and go.
Rightly so, rightly so. Thank you. Real quick, Trustee Vela.
Well, to that point, I think I spoke to Tammy before. And the concerns were brought up about security and safety, and when I approached Mr. Trevino, he said the city had been made aware. I think they even parked their
Okay, the
tower
tower.
there for a while. I'm not sure if it was still there or not. They supposedly they have recorded more frequent visits during the evenings. And I know that Mr. Trevino had been in contact with the city on that issue, as well as when are they gonna let us get through so that our contractor can finish the project? And then I've had a bunch of calls on the ag farm.
Got it.
And I've addressed them all to Mr. Trevino, and I think between him and Ms. Benavides, they've addressed most of them, and I've conveyed them to some of those folks that have called me, and we seem to be at least all working in the right direction. But yeah, there are animals there, they do need to have security.
Thank you, Mr. Vela, Trustee Vela, for taking the initiative on that. But the dynamic is, from what we're hearing, is you see it as it being a construction site with that, but the fact that the animals are now there changes things.
So I would definitely go back, I will call them right now and tell them that to make
She
sure to
will.
put up any type of temporary fencing and gate, so like that we could protect the students' animals. Don't worry, I'll take care of it.
Even if we have to already initiate our fencing ahead of time, we may have to do it. Trustee
It's
Peña.
not just a concern that night, it's a concern because these students are already actively engaged in working with their animals, and they're not able to literally work with their animals if the animal's gonna run into the street. Not just the animals in danger, but the students in danger too, chasing
Yes.
after the animals, and so that's a big concern. I'm really proud of this particular project. I don't think a project has been built from the ground up in a long time, and this is gonna be the first one. And so, really excited about that. We just really need to address that. If our students from McAllen ISD are gonna have a competitive edge, they need to be working with their animals
Yes.
now.
And I think that's the intent, it's just a timing issue, and you're almost there. The important thing is everybody's collaborating, having good conversations, understanding each other, and then acting upon the information.
I just have one.
Yes, go ahead,
I
Trustee
just
Penny.
have
you
one
have-
other comment, not related to the ag farms, but since early in the presentation, we were talking about safety, student safety with the spraying of the buses and all of that. I want to make a comment about every morning since the first day of school, I've gone through a different location, passing through where the schools are. And I am very, very proud of our police department and how they've handled traffic, in particular Memorial High School, which is just an incredible amount of traffic at the at the southwest entrance of the campus. Day before yesterday, traffic was unreal, backed up onto Second Street and beyond. And there were three female officers and one male officer, but in particular, the officer that was, and you can relay this message back, but the female officer that was on the southwest entrance, she handled that traffic and she had it flowing. When I first drove up, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna be here for 15 or 20 minutes. Traffic flowed really well, so they really handled it. So kudos to our police department for keeping our kids safe and traffic flowing.
And with that said, I think we're off topic on a lot of things, so we
Yes.
need to get back on topic. And also, while I appreciate participation, it's a bad precedence reset because we don't allow it, and now we're allowing it. So I think we've heard enough, so we need to move on. Is it okay if I have the floor?
Yes, sir, you have the floor. And
Mr.
thank-
Crane, I just have a question about the contractor and the school district. Who has the liability for the animals?
It goes back to what was being said is under the contract, who has ultimate responsibility at this time? The contractor or the school district? And so that the case is factual. If it's still under the contractor's control, the contractor has liability.
Okay.
If we're occupying part of the premises, so that changes things. So I
I
don't
just wanted to
know.
make sure, as long as the contractor knows that, so I think that might change it. I moving on, because I know we have a full agenda, and we have some other stuff, and I know we still need to finish this presentation. Dr. Gonzalez, and there's been some discussion as far as naming rights, and I'm still interested to see if, I know Mr. Berry's back there and his new staff, if there'd be an interest in possibly put out naming rights for agriculture. Not only that, but press box. So there's two entities there, or there's two opportunities for us to maybe, look at it. I'm not saying that there might not be an interest, but if the board's willing, I mean, I don't think there's any harm in putting something out and see if we get any bites on it.
Yeah, I think in this case, we would need direction from the board, much like the administration boardroom.
So
And
what
once
I'll
we
do
give
is
it
I'll
that
put it on the board agenda for next time to do it right. And so we'll do it that way.
Fair enough. I think that be the best course, and I appreciate you keeping me on track. I'm trying to balance all of us.
I totally
But you're
understand,
absolutely
sir.
correct. The public it's got to direct to get permission before they speak, and I shouldn't have done that, but.
No, we
we're
need to
good.
hear from them, but I think we understand the need, so we need a,
I hear you. I trust, Mr. Crane, did you have anything else to add? You were about to finish your thoughts regarding the situation at the ag farm where we have possession of part, but yet it's not been finished.
And that goes back to what the contract says, and I have not seen that contract to understand where we are right now as far as who has possession and at what percentage of possession does the school district have.
It's been my experience in these, whenever you're having contract, you do not take any part or whole of it until it's actually completed for a number of reasons, such as this. So I don't know who made that call, but it's something you may have to think, if it's not finished on time. Having children and animals in a construction site incomplete is probably not a wise thing to do, is my experience.
Well, and that's why I was asking about the fence, because if it's our responsibility, then obviously I think you heard from all of us, we don't mind, us doing it, but if the contractor is responsible, then we should hold him to it.
But we're in a gray area now because we've occupied with animals, and now
Yeah.
we may have potentially children on site in a construction that hasn't been handed over to us. See, normally,
what I'm saying.
it's
The
just like when you buy a
contractor-
house or anything, you don't start moving furniture and putting your kids in there or your pets
And they
until-
steal your furniture, and he hasn't finished,
until the
who's
contractor is
responsible?
done with the
Yeah.
work and hands it to you, and you
Yeah.
sign all the documents and
These animals
do all the
are-
checklists and
And
everything.
these animals are not, they're not broken in yet. They're gonna run off,
Yeah.
and children are gonna run off after them.
So is there any,
If I may, Mr. President, one of the things is we had to make a call because we had kids and parents in a bind because they didn't have a place to take their animals to.
No problem.
So they're using the old barn,
Oh,
right?
the
They're
old
not
barn.
using the new construction is off-site to them. It's the old barn. Otherwise, children didn't have a place to have their animals, so that was very difficult. Where I come from, you just put the animal in the backyard, you're good, but there's city ordinances here, so we didn't have that, option. So what we're doing is, I think regardless of who's liable for the animal, we want to keep the animal safe, because a kid doesn't want to hear something happened to my animal, we'll pay for it, they love their animal, right? So we want to work with the contractor to put up gates. I love Melissa's idea, but let's secure that environment, and she said that with a lot of conviction, so I can assure you that it's going to get done. And then at that point, we'll bring the security in that we need. We just want to make sure that we keep our children's animals and their projects safe.
yes, sir. And again, we got a little bit on the line, but we also got into micromanaging, and that's not our role as board members. This
Yes.
is your role, so, but.
We'll take care of it, sir.
But we are, obviously, folks are concerned. Regarding, getting back to the items that were listed here, I noticed that, where is it? Lost track. The restroom stalls. Here it is, restroom partitions for Mac High and Memorial. School's already started, so how's that working now? How are you doing that?
So what we do is actually, we work in sections. We don't start construction all over. So we'll just section at a time. One girl's restroom, one boy's restroom, and we just work on those. We complete those, we go to the next, we demo, and that at times, we have them just work all night, so the kids will never see them.
Gotcha.
You see, so it's night duties for them.
Okay. And the air, district-wide installation of air purification systems, are those all done now?
We have air purification systems at all campuses, sir.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
The inclusive park at Sanchez, there's been some question about naming rights, so I know I haven't been asked recently, but we've all been approached by it. I just wanted, I don't have I'm not buying or selling, but just making you aware that it's still out there.
Yes, sir.
So if whatever y'all decide to do with that, that's fine.
Well, yeah, there's examples about how you can credit the various contractors taking the same pattern that the city uses, but it's a separate panel, and it has in small decals. And I think I'd send it to someone that I had seen, that maybe that's a way to go in the short term. Getting back to the naming rights, there is no policy regarding that. There's a policy about naming rights, like we're about to go through. But I think what you're talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're looking at naming rights in which there's a monetary amount, much
Well,
like
I'm
what we
not,
did.
I'm being
You just
asked
want a
that
naming right,
there's
that's it.
a particular community organization that would like to put their name on that.
Okay.
And so they want to know what the process was, and it's not just our decision, right? It involves the county and the city, and so with the inclusive park, so that's a whole different, so I think some of us are familiar with it because we're at the groundbreaking and we were approached by that. I just wanted to that's not our, we're not there yet. I mean, I'm not even there, I'm not too sure I can get there yet, but what I'm saying is, I'm not the appropriate person to initiate that, so I just want to let you know, Dr. Gonzalez, publicly that there's, and no one comes to you, that's fine, we'll just let it be, but,
Yes, sir.
but,
Yes, sir.
that's gonna be a little
I
bit
think
tricky.
there's a little bit of differentiation between the
Well,
all-inclusive park and the press box and the ag farm,
I
right? So
agree.
maybe there's some
I agree.
monetary components to the bigger projects and not so much on this one, is what I'm
Because the press box, there's someone very interested in it that financially could help us with this.
And to that point, and I'm going to get right to you, Trustee Elisa, I promise. To that point, the guidelines on that have never been codified in board policy. So when you look at CW, it's talking about naming rights that we decide on naming rights. It's not a monetary like we did with the scoreboard. That was done through the administration. So we need to know what administration, how they want to handle that.
Well, we're way off.
Yeah, we're well off topic. This is supposed to be about.
Before we get back on topic, I just want to say, I am 100% against commercialization in schools. I understand why we did the scoreboard, because we wanted to make sure that the taxpayers didn't pay any money for it, and I actually thought that was ingenious to come up with naming it so that we could, what do you see, Trustee?
Did you just give a compliment? Wow.
No.
I'm
I just thought
impressed.
that was a genius way to fund it. However, having said that, that's now funded. We've already funded these projects. I don't see any reason to bring commercialization into the school district, so that's just my 2 cents.
And obviously, this is a topic that we're not on the
Right.
agenda for, but
Sorry.
in fairness to you, you know, since I wasn't and everybody else.
Point
was
of
there,
order.
So I'm not going to say anybody else. Any other questions regarding the facility maintenance operation report that has been presented this evening? Any other questions?
Just
on that?
one, I'm sorry, last
Yes,
one.
sir.
The culinary arts at Achieve, is that for our Strides program, or is that for another? I don't remember.
It's all students to include
All students.
children in Strides.
Okay. Is there still plans for a coffee shop or something like that, or?
That is something that we are definitely entertaining as far as giving kids the opportunity to learn the business side of running a coffee
I'm
shop.
not buying or selling that. I thought I heard that some time
Yeah,
ago.
those are
so.
conversations that we did have.
And we
with
don't
regard
do it,
to
we don't
Strides
do it.
running
Okay.
yeah.
Any other questions at that? Thank you very much for staying to this late hour after a long day and giving us your report. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Well done.
Thanks.
Sam,
We didn't
do you
finish
think the
though.
parents?
I was
Do
gonna
you
say,
think the parents were
We
being?
still had slides, so it's up to you if you want us
No,
to
you
finish.
finish your report, right?
Finish your report, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so our,
She's like, we didn't finish.
we're
Well, I'm
here.
not taking back my
I know you're
appreciation.
gonna
I still appreciate
you're
you.
gonna ask questions on these too, so
All
might
right.
as well.
Here we go.
So we have upcoming district projects such as the 6 turf fields, baseball and softball. That's upcoming very soon. So bidding will be going out in the near future with the help with purchasing. And we have the 3 black box theaters, which Ms. Loya is working with the engineer and with Mr. Trevino on that one. So that's already, the work authorization is in the works for that one. We also have the Memorial High School HVAC upgrade, the Row HVAC upgrade as well, the Lamar HVAC, the Leon HVAC, Travis HVAC and roof upgrade, and then we have the Houston roof upgrade. And then we have also the district-wide marquees that technology is working on, and we also have the 8 cafeteria expansions and modifications, and we also have 50 extra bottle water filling stations that will be installed in our athletics areas. So we're working on that, and those have been ordered already, and our plumbers will be installing those.
So that will bring you over, what, 230, 213, más o menos? Because
I'm
you're at
sorry?
you're at 183, and you're adding. another
184 plus 50.
Yeah, very good.
I'm glad y'all aren't busy.
We are very busy
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant to say.
all the time. So now I think we just have our last slide, and
And our last slides are work orders. For July, were 650 submitted, 295 completed. We only had 2 weeks in July to get those 295 completed. That's why that number looks kind of skewed there.
Yeah, no, good work, a lot of good work. Really appreciate it. Any questions or comments?
Can y'all give the report instead of Ruben from now on?
Wow.
Please pass to everyone that the board is very pleased and very excited about the body of work that you all are doing and at the pace that you are throughout all 4 corners of the district. And it's very well. Thank you.
We sure will. We'll let everybody know. Thank you all for everything.
Thank you. I do have one question, though, and that involves, I've gotten several calls regarding Seguin. Apparently during the Parents' Night, the AC unit and the news section had gone out, so is there anything that y'all can do there? Let us know.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
And the parents also for,
And to the parents, really appreciate you being here to this late hour and to sharing with us. There is a protocol how this works. I apologize, I got you in the middle of it by allowing you, but it all worked out, and we're good, and I got my hand slapped, and we can move on. So
No,
thank you.
no hand slap, but we got what we needed.
Thank you all very much. Moving on, we'll now go to board committee reports, 12BA 9A, which is instructional service briefing. The chair is trustee Forina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mrs. Aliceda and I had a chance to meet with Dr. De Hoyos to talk about her items that are coming up. The majority of them are in the consent agenda section. One of them is the approval for the amended regional day school program for the deaf agreement. Just going to look at some schools that are coming in. Approval for communities in schools agreement. Approval of the advanced course list for UIL, no pass, no play. We do that every year. There's an approval for an interlocal cooperation contract with UTRGV Speech and Hearing Services about bringing in some of their interns to assist us. Approval for site licenses. Approval of participation of MISD students in the Nutcracker here at McAllen and in Edinburgh. And lastly, the approval of the coordinator position for migrant advanced academic gifted and talented.
Excellent.
That's
Thank
my
you for a
report, sir.
report.
Thank you.
We'll now proceed to 12B 9B, which is human resource briefing. The chair is trustee Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Vela and I met with Mr. Miller. We discussed the HR recommendations, the approval of the board updates, and the approval of some new job descriptions that will be given to the board at a later date.
And I also met with them for the record. Thank you very much.
Again, Mr. Vela and I met with Mr. Miller.
And I met with Mr. Miller at a later date because y'all didn't tell me.
For the record, Mr. Ito Alvarado met with him because
Thank you.
he was on a conference call, as he always is.
Well, you
Thank you.
invited me 10 minutes
Thank
before
you.
the meeting,
Thank you,
sir.
gentlemen, for your report. That was very, very enlightening.
We do like each other, by the way, just so you know.
Yes, it's very obvious. 12B 9C, which is district operations briefing. The chair is trustee Vela.
Thank you, Mr. President. We met with Ms. Arely Benavides. Some of the items have already been covered on tonight's agenda, which was the memorandum with the city of McAllen for La Quinta Learning Center, Discovery Center, the IMAS report that we heard earlier also. Ms. Williams gave us the ESSER and T-class updates. And we just heard an excellent report on facilities and maintenance. And there's two items in consent. One is a final payment to Spa Glass for the replacement of the Mac High doors, and then the approval of requests for qualifications for architects and engineering. And those were the items we discussed in our meeting. And that is my report, Mr. Chair.
Did Mr. Alvarado show up?
Thank you.
He wasn't on the call either.
Thank you, trustee Vela. We'll now proceed to 12B 9D, which is business operations briefing. The chair is trustee Aliceda.
He was not in that meeting either. It's Trustee Forina and I who met. I actually don't know if he sits on that committee.
I don't even know if I do I?
I don't think so.
I love you, bro.
Doesn't matter, you wouldn't show up anyways, bro.
It's all good. I got love for you, man.
We met on Thursday with Ms. Richards, and we've already discussed all the taxes and all the items that we discussed. That's my report.
We're supposed to
Thank you,
pick on
trustee
the
Aliceda.
rookie.
Very good. Now we're down to 12B 9E, the board officers briefing on both the Wednesday, August the 18th and August the 25th. The board officers, which included myself, trustee Forina as the vice president, trustee Aliceda as the secretary, met with Dr. Gonzalez to go over the agenda items that we have today, and actually came up with some good suggestions how to organize it as we've done, and hopefully it worked out for us. That concludes the report. We'll now move to 13, consent agenda items. If they ain't there, items 13A, as you can see, to 13F.
Mr. President, I move that we approve items 13A through 13F.
Second.
We have a motion by trustee Forina and a second by trustee Alvarado. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 7-0, the motion carries. We now proceed to items 14A. 1, approval of participation of the McAllen Independent School District students in the Rio Grande Valley Ballet Company, the Nutcracker. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir. Students participating in the Nutcracker during the school day will not be counted absent if guidelines are met, and Mrs. Deborah Loya, Director for Fine Arts, will discuss. Administration is recommending action on this item.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by trustee Aliceda, seconded by trustee Forina.
Is there a way to merge 14A1 and 14A2?
It's okay, we had the same voice.
Is there a way that we can do both 14A1 and
No, sir.
14A2 on the motion?
No, sir?
Not the way the agenda's set up.
Okay,
They're two
thank
separate
you.
items.
And I need to correct myself, it was actually trustee Eliseda that did the motion. and
No,
I
it
heard-
was trustee Alvarado, but you said her, but that's okay. You're
We both
picking on
did
me.
it.
So, trustee.
Somebody buy him a
Eliseda-
lollipop, please.
Trustee Eliseda did
You
the
want candy?
motion, you are the second, trustee Alvarado, because I
That
heard him
works.
at the same time, and that makes it right. And all is right in the world. So again, trustee Eliseda motion, second was trustee Alvarado. Any other discussions or questions? Hearing none, proceed to a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 7-0, motion carries. 14A2, approval of participation of McAllen Independent School District students in the Edinburgh Dance Theater production of The Nutcracker. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Students participating in the Nutcracker during the school day will not be counted absent if guidelines are met.
So moved.
Second.
A move by trustee Suarez, seconded by trustee Forina. Any discussion? Hearing none, proceed to a vote. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 7-0, motion carries. We'll now proceed to 14B1, approve the update for board policy, BED local board meetings, public participation, second reading. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Administration is recommending a revision to Board Policy BED Local to allow public comment at all board meetings on any topic related to school district business or is within board's control or jurisdiction, regardless of whether the topic is an item on the agenda posted with the notice of the meeting, and we are requesting action on this item.
So moved.
Been moved by trustee Eliseda. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? I'll second the motion. Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, nay.
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 The nays have it, 5-2. Motion did not carry. We'll now proceed to 14B2, discussion of the Texas Association of School Board, TASB, Local Policy Manual Update 117, first reading. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Presented from TASB and reviewed by our staff, this update represents legal and local reference policies recently adopted by the state, presented for discussion as a first reading this evening, with final approval at our next board meeting. Mr. Todd Miller, Assistant Superintendent for HR, will share more information, and this is for information purposes only. Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. TASB Update 117, first reading. Update 117 includes...
I'm sorry to interrupt. This is the one that we're asking to have this item pulled?
I was told it was 14B3.
14B3. This is 14B2.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're
Are we good?
Yes, we're good.
You're one away.
14B2.
I'm one away.
Todd's like, we're not pulling that.
I'm anxious to go home.
Are you related to Mr. Alvarado?
Yes.
Mr. Miller, you have the
We're
floor,
from
so
Roe.
if you want to go ahead and proceed.
Update 117 includes 26 legal policies, one exhibit, and that's BBD, board members training and orientation, and only 3 local policies listed at the bottom of the slide. CH, purchasing and acquisition, policy CV, facilities construction, and policy DEC, compensation, benefits, leaves, and absences. This is the BBD exhibit. As approved by the State Board of Education in November 2020, the framework for school board development has been extensively revised. CH policy, local, the summary is due to the, TASB says, due to the recent winter storms, recommend policy revision includes delegating authority to the superintendent for emergency contract, clarifies that the superintendent will report to the board any contracts made under this delegated authority at the next regular meeting. The delegation does not permit the superintendent to act under TEC 44031H to make purchases without following normal competitive purchasing requirements. The board must take action to waive any Chapter 44 provisions in accordance with law. Policy CV, facilities construction, it has to be noted for provisions regarding delegation of authority for construction contracts in the event of a catastrophe, emergency, or natural disaster affecting the district. See policy CH local, which is what I just covered. And finally, the last one is DEC, which is compensation, benefits, leaves, and absences. There was a bunch of changes in there that TASB felt were more administrative and needed to be moved to either the administrative regulations or their handbook to include proposed moving administrative details, like I just said, updated the definition of catastrophic illness or injury, added the definition of school year to align with terminology in TASB sample contracts. And if you remember back in probably March, April, we formalized the previous board approved payment for accumulated leave upon retirement. This is where we moved it from 60 days notice to 14 days notice. So this just formalizes that part right there. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. This is first reading, so any questions at this time? Next regular meeting or next scheduled meeting where it's actionable. Hearing no questions, then we'll now proceed with 14B3 has been pulled by the administration unless anybody has any questions from the board.
Good job, Ms. Fee.
Huh?
No, nothing.
All right, well, hearing none, we'll now go to 14B4, approve the job description for Coordinator of Advanced Academics. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Administration reviews all positions to maximize operational efficiencies, and this position is required to provide campus leadership for college readiness in an instructional and assessment capacity. Dr. De Hoyos, our Assistant Superintendent for Instructional Services, is available to answer questions. I am as well, and we also have Karen Nitsch here. We are recommending action on this item.
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Gonzalez, is this a current vacancy, or what are we doing?
This is a current position that we're upping to coordinator.
Coordinator. Okay.
Any other question? We have again a motion of trustee Suarez, a second by trustee Forina. It's open for discussion. Any other questions? Hearing none, proceed to a vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 7-0, motion carries. We'll now move to 14B5, approval of the job description for Coordinator of Gifted and Talented. Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Administration reviews all positions to maximize operational efficiencies, and this position is required to provide campus leadership for the Gifted and Talented program in an instructional and assessment capacity. And we're here to answer any questions you might have. We are recommending action on this item.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by trustee Suarez, seconded by trustee Aliceda. Any discussion? Hearing none, proceed to vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 7-0, motion carries. We'll now proceed to 14B6, approval of the job description for Coordinator of Title I Migrant Program. Dr.
Welcome to retirement, Mrs. Nitsch.
Yes, this is a position, and this position is required to administer, direct, and provide leadership and coordination in planning. It is the old director for migrant position that we are proposing to move to a coordinator position, and we're here to answer any questions you might have. We are requesting action on this item.
Move to approve.
Second.
Trustee Forina, and motion, seconded by trustee Suarez. Any discussion?
Just want to clarify some of the things that we discussed here in our meeting. Is one of the reasons why it's being brought down is not that there's not significant importance to this issue, it's just that the numbers don't justify that position.
Yes, sir.
It's equally as important.
To follow up, part of the discussion was that the numbers in the migrant program were declining over the years, and for a variety of reasons. That's why the coordinator position instead of the director.
Mr. Vela, this is the conversation we had when Mr. Alvarado wasn't there, right?
He wasn't there,
Yeah.
right?
Sounds like it was a good discussion.
Wow.
It was a very good conversation.
Very good
Miller and I
conversation. Yeah.
talked.
Well, very enlightening. Very good. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, proceed to a vote. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 7-0, motion carries. We now proceed to 14C1, approval of the adoption of the resolution for the 2021 tax rate. Mr. Forina.
Yes, sir. This will require 4 different motions that I will be making the motions for. Motion number 1, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 1.1370, which is effectively a 4.14% increase in the tax rate.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Second for discussion purposes.
All right, trustee Vela seconded the motion. Any discussion? This is again the first motion of several. And anybody have any questions or comments?
Okay, so elephant in the room. Are we increasing the tax rate?
The overall tax rate is not increasing. The current tax rate is 1.1386. The proposed 2021 tax rate is 1.1370, and that's a total tax rate decrease of 0.0016. What's happening with the terminology, I know that there's...
Yeah, I know Mr. Forina here wants to scare everybody.
No. The effectively a 4.14% increase in the tax rate refers to a comparison that's made between taxes of the current year versus taxes of the prior year as it relates to the tax rate. So as I just mentioned, the total tax rate is decreasing by 0.0016%, but as we've discussed in the past, the property value did increase. So once you apply that to the increased property values, in essence generates more revenue this year than it would have last year. So effectively, that's calculated at a 4.14% increase in revenue for the district.
It's too late for this stuff.
And I did get ahead of myself, and I apologize. So it really should have gone to Dr. Gonzalez. So before we go act, let's fill in the gap. We'll leave the motions in place. And do you have anything to say that you want to say, Dr. Gonzalez?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. The Truth in Taxation Texas Education Code and Board Policy CCG require districts to set the tax rate for the current tax year, and we are requesting approval and adoption of a resolution for the 2021 tax rate. A record vote is required on all 4 motions, and administration is recommending action on this item.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Mrs. Richards, is there anything else you want to add as we start to go down the motions?
Is this something we didn't do previously at board meetings, or?
Yeah, you weren't here, but we did it.
No, I get that, but I thought we approved the budget, but this wasn't included, I guess,
Yes, sir. What we did in June is we approved the budget,
right?
and we also discussed, not only at budget workshops, but at the board meeting, also through our public hearing.
Right.
We did discuss the proposed tax rate.
Okay, so we never officially ratified that?
Right,
Oh,
because
okay.
at the time we're working with the proposed tax rate, it's based on the preliminary property values.
Right.
The certified property, the final certified property values are released in July. And so then we have to go through our calculations a second time to validate those tax rates.
I
So
understand.
they did change slightly from the ones we were talking about proposing and work with the budget on, but very, it was just a small adjustment.
Okay,
But when you do compare the current tax rate compared to the proposed tax rate, it's going to be an increase of 0.0016 cents in the total tax rate.
Any other questions or comments? This will require a roll call vote, so we'll start as follows. Trustee Alvarado,
yes.
Trustee Aliceda,
Aye.
Trustee, I'll vote yes or aye. Trustee Farina,
Aye.
Trustee Suarez,
Aye.
Trustee Vela,
Aye.
Trustee Peña.
Aye.
Thank you. We'll now need to go to the second motion. Trustee Farina.
I move that the maintenance and operations tax rate be increased for the 2021 tax year by the adoption of a maintenance and operations tax rate of $1.0486.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Suarez. Do I have any discussion? Hearing none, we'll proceed to a vote. We'll start in reverse order. Trustee Peña.
Aye.
Trustee Vela.
Aye.
Trustee Suarez.
Aye.
Trustee Farina.
Aye.
And I'll vote aye. Trustee Aliceda.
Aye.
Trustee Alvarado.
Yes.
I move that the district's debt tax rate be decreased to a tax rate of 0.0884.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Suarez. Just for the record, the prior motion passed 7-0. So we're now on the third motion that Trustee Farina and now Trustee Suarez. Any questions or comment in that regard? Hearing none, we'll start again from the top with Trustee Alvarado.
Extremely yes.
Trustee
Aye.
How
Aliceta.
does that make any sense?
Aye.
And I'll vote aye. Trustee Farina.
Aye.
Trustee Suarez.
Extremely aye.
Trustee Vela.
Absolutely, yes.
Trustee Peña.
Resounding yes.
There we go. The motion carries 7-0. Trustee Farina.
I move to approve the resolution setting the 2021 tax rate of the McAllen Independent School District for the year beginning January 1st, 2021, and ending December 31st, 2021.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Peña. Very good. Any discussions or questions? Hearing none, we'll proceed for a vote. Trustee Peña.
Bring it back.
Aye.
Trustee Vela.
Aye.
Trustee Suarez.
Mm-hmm.
Trustee Farina.
Resounding yes.
I'll vote yes or aye. Trustee Aliceda.
Aye.
Trustee Alvarado.
Aye.
All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ladies. We're done. Trustees, thank you both. We'll now move to 14D, Board of Trustees items. 14D1, this is approval of the Board of Education meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Trustee Farina, motion. Trustee Aliceda, second. Any questions or comments? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 7-0. Motion carries. It's amazing how things go live.
Go, go, go.
Well, now to 15A, a regular board meeting on Monday, September 13th, 2021 at 5 p.m., which is here in the staff development of Achieve Early College High School. 14B, regular board meeting on Monday, September the 27th, 2021, 5 p.m., Texas Art, Texas, here in the Achieve Early College High School. 15C, special board meeting. This is a joint McAllen ISD board and the City of McAllen leadership, city commission and the mayor. This is a team building exercise, which will be on Thursday, September the 30th, 2021, from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., and this will be at Quinta Mazatlan. Any questions or comments on that one? Are we good for that? Okay. 16 closed session, open none. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Trustee Farina, do I have a second?
Sophia.
Sophia's, okay. Sophia seconded the motion. All in
Yes, I
favor,
did.
all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it, 7-0. We are adjourned at 9:33.